Thanks, guys. We're Reem. Night number 3.
I'm surprised it's gone that long. Baby, 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 bitch, for words I am at a loss. Baby, 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 bitch, I'm better now, please fuck off. What else you gonna say while you're back on your stay? Maybe something, maybe nothing, we'll see. It's just too bad you're beautiful, I guess. I wasn't for you and you weren't for me. Baby, 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 bitch, please slip back into yourself. Bitch, go conquer someone else. People say how beautiful, how sweet, how kind. You're perfect, you've got nothing to hide. But I, for one, have seen the sun and the bitch that you've locked up inside. Got fat, got angry, started hating myself. Wrote birthday boy for you, babe. Now skinny and sick and paranoid, without a cent to my name. Baby, 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 bitch, fuck you, you stinking asshole. Most beauty I've seen, you come from a dream. But I can't close my eyes anymore. No, I can't close my eyes anymore. No, I can't close my eyes anymore.
something cool.
Woo! Good morning, my friends. Oh my goodness. People. I've got some excellent news for everyone in case you haven't heard. It's not the same shoe. Okay? It's a different shoe. I don't give a shit what anybody says. It's a different shoe. You understand me? Anyways, good morning, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Karen and her team walking into court, ready to go.
You're good. We're balanced now. We're good. Keep me posted. Let me know how it goes. All right, call me. Let me know.
Call me.
All right, sounds good.
Bro, did you all see that Y'all want to see something funny? Y'all want to see something real funny? Hold on while we wait for court. Yo, I suspect that John DePietro is gonna have a bad day today, bro. You listen, hold on. Let me oh wait, we got a new motion filed here. Let's see. May 8th, 2025. So it says here, let me show this real quick. This is the first thing that showed up on my feed. Olivia posted this. So, order regarding media protocol and coverage. The Commonwealth has moved to prohibit any female filming, photograph, audio recording, or transmission of the testimony of the minor niece and nephew of the deceased John O'Keefe. Okay, so this is if they call the minors to the stand. This has nothing to do with DePietro. So yeah, you cannot show the minors. You cannot show John's niece and nephew, which I am not against at all. I am glad that they're doing this. They shouldn't even be called up to the stand at all. They shouldn't even be on the witness list. They need to just be left alone, and they need to be focused on their healing. I think it's really shitty of the prosecution to even like they know they're railroading Karen Reed, so there's nothing ethical about calling these kids to the stand. Nothing ethical about bringing them into this. So yeah, they did it last time too, right? So hold on a second here. Joe flip ahead. So funny. Hold on. Yo, this is a great pick of David Yannetti. Check my man out. That's not even AI. That's my man ready to kick some ass. I love it. Hold on. Yeah, so this is fun. So take a look at my boy right here. Take a look at my boy right here. All right. Keep an eye on him right here. Watch him close. Watch him close. What are you doing, John? What are you doing? Are you looking over at the jury? You are. You're looking at the jury, and you pulled up your phone, and looks like you're trying to take pictures, dude. Yeah. Homie. Not okay. Not okay. So right there, we've got video proof of John DePietro with his phone out, pointed at the jury, which is a big no-no, homie. Like, do not do that. Like, do you imagine how embarrassing that is for these professionals over here, bro? Like, that's a bad look for that whole goddamn pool sitting there. If I was them, I'd be like, dude, don't fucking have this motherfucker sitting next to me. Like, this motherfucker's making us all look bad. Yeah, like, is that what he's trying to do? Is he trying to, like, deliberately cause a mistrial? What the fuck is this guy doing? And Betero posted this. So Betero says, is this journalist and court TV analyst filming for photographing the jury? If so, that would be an egregious breach of court security rules, which should have severe consequences. I agree. It should absolutely have severe consequences. And then Aiden commented, also, if he is an analyst for court TV, then he should only be able to enter the media lottery as a court TV representative. WBZ doesn't get to have 2 reporters in courtroom. Why does court TV? Great point. And then, of course, Twattendoffer. This is during testimony. In my day, no cell phones were allowed. Karen Reed is on trial for murdering John O'Keefe. Is anyone surprised? Dude, like, please. Get out of my face. She's not pointing it at the jury. And she might be checking notes. She's sitting at the defense table. Stupid. Twattendoffer's so dumb. It's just so dumb. Yeah. So I'll be interested to find out what is to come. Because if Betero knows about this shit and Turtle Boy knows about this shit, it's probably safe to guess that the defense probably knows about it. So yeah. I don't think DePietro should even be allowed in the courtroom anymore. Look at her butt. Thank you so much. I've been having a chill day all day listening to Ocean Color Scene. Back to the madness here for the rest of my day. Well, right on. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you choose to spend it here. Thank you. What's up, Brit Happens? Yeah, man. So I just want to watch this one more time because I found it really funny. I find it really, really funny.
What do you do, John? Why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
But why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read the tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Listen.
Exactly.
All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're in.
This looks so. This guy is so ridiculous that this looks staged. That's how ridiculous this guy is. Like, he doesn't even seem like a real guy. Like Grant. Like, I can't fucking believe that this is a real guy, dude. Turtle, what are you doing, Turtle? Turtle, what are you doing?
What do you do, John? Why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
But why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get?
Listen, Turtle. Listen, Turtle. Turtle, listen. Hold on, man. We haven't done it yet. We got some time, so we got to do it.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Jeannie Lynn, thank you so much. Will looked for an hour last night and found this. Right. Yeah, John had on white soles at the bar. Yeah, I know. We went over that when I talked about it the other night. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, we know. The black soled shoes were absolutely planted. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. That's a black sole on that shoe in that picture. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top
Yeah, this is supposed to be the buffer zone. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. Like he's trying to act like Turtle Boy's not allowed in the buffer zone. Like Turtle Boy's not press.
you're
You don't like when
interrupting
people ask questions?
right now.
You ask Camry questions.
I'm live read right now.
But
I'm
so
live stream.
you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not.
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So
No, I'm
Hey,
broadcasting.
Trooper.
What do you do, John? Can I? Why?
I love that shit.
To move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to.
You could check. See this guy. See that right there tells me that this guy makes shit up just to make shit up. You can check it. It's a policy. No, it's not. Who the fuck? Where's the policy? Show me. And where's the policy? The policy on what? The courthouse? Is there a rule on the courthouse about you can't ask another journalist questions? Is there a policy in the fake DePietro journalist handbook that you can't ask him questions? This shit is very funny to me. This is very, very funny to me. I love this guy. You can check it. It's a policy. And I'm gonna bring all my shoes and my glasses with me. These doctors, are they reputable?
To interrupt a broadcast.
He's
So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So with your glasses. So why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at all.
No, listen.
That it's the words of a domestic terrorist. Yo, this dude is my favorite, bro. Like he's the new Grant, dude. You know what I mean? Like this guy is my favorite. He's so fucking retarded. And like and I wonder what's going to happen since he was filming people inside the courtroom. I think he was filming the jury. It sure looked like he was filming the jury because he looks right at the camera that's hovering, the one big ass camera in that courtroom that's hovering over the jury pool. Like, I guarantee you that he was pointing his fucking phone at the jury. Like, that is not okay. What is wrong with this guy? He just makes shit up.
Listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to.
You can look it up. It's a policy. You can look it up. You can look it up because you have to bring your own glasses. You have to bring your own glasses and shoes to the court if you're gonna film and you're gonna harass people. Because it's harassment if you're a journalist and you point your camera at another journalist. It's harassment. And you didn't bring the right shoes. The prosecution didn't bring the right shoes. Nobody brought the right shoes.
You are unmuted.
It's a policy.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with
That's so funny to me.
Just of the Spirit Court, now sitting at title within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's saying this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and not in affirmative way. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to
Thank you,
see,
Rhodey.
hear, or read anything about this case since we last yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Good morning, Annie. Good to see you. Oh, Annie, I forgot to tell you. It's a different shoe.
You're still in the room.
Thanks.
Cody, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz.
Berkey.
I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn
Too bad
that
they
Chief
can't call
Berkowitz
Berkey up to
had
the stand.
communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several, there's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Dude, he does. He looks like a lesbian Grandpa Munster.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're familiar
That's
yourself
what-
with that report.
Bukkake looks like a lesbian Grandpa Munster, bro. If Grandpa Munster drove a Subaru. That's because I'm the
Thank you.
shit, bro. No, it's because I'm streaming Law and Crime, dude. Like, I guess Court TV's behind Law and Crime.
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also
The
located.
general vicinity,
The
I
area
love
had
it.
been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you
Caught that too, huh, AJ?
Did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50,
Generally
5 by
speaking.
10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit.
I love
would you
that. That's
agree with
some
me? I'm not
tight
gonna pull out
investigating
measuring
right
tape.
there,
Do you agree
bro.
I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Totally, Aiden.
So we're talking about
Totally.
a relatively
It's absolute
broad
bullshit.
area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
Ooh, good question.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Yeah, you
You were
do.
working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item.
You had it all figured out already.
An SUV with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
It was speaking to you. He's the evidence whisperer.
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it.
AJ's trying to piss him off.
Things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions.
No, he's not looking stupid. He's looking dirty.
Yes or no?
He knows what he's doing.
We
Or he knows what he's
have
supposed to
theories.
Another term for a theory Is it an assumption or a presumption?
Right. Because you haven't proved it yet.
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's that's
Words
important.
matter, bro.
So working off of your,
They're a thing.
your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and
why didn't you explain what
collect
his injuries
evidence
explained?
that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
But you
So
already.
the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory.
What the fuck?
Correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
He's trying to piss him off.
Take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago. We're working off the theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out the jurors what that word means?
Yes.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
Get him, AJ.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that
AJ's trying to make him mad.
if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
Cross coordinates, homie.
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
Wow.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
Wow, bro.
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
Okay,
Take
Trooper Paul.
2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight,
The best shit ever.
put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that? Objection.
You never heard of that?
Do you know
Is
what
a
cross
seasoned
coordinates
investigator's
are?
a military man?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these
You're a
20 items
loser,
were
guy. Bro, now you're just gonna stonewall this fool? Like, what are you doing?
That's
dude?
a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize.
Wow.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure.
What is the fuck is going on?
Report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly.
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
Wait, what?
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukkake secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukkake secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag.
I don't know.
Describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Today, yes, Junior?
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
We published this, Your Honor?
General location, bro. You keep saying that. It's such a fucking horrible thing for an investigator to say in a murder trial, bro.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And can, Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukkake.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
What's up, Scott McGinnis?
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Get the fuck
Who
out of my face,
did?
dude. Stop it.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
Come
No, I do
on,
not.
You
bro.
don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you get it to
Bro.
give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to
Come
bag?
on, dude.
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
Get the
You bagged
fuck
yourself.
out of
Why
here,
didn't you
dude.
fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said
Nah,
was,
homie.
I bagged it.
Nah, dog.
Turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Bro.
Whoever wrote it.
How do you look
Whoever
right now,
wrote it.
dog?
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the
How do
commentary.
you look right now,
So,
dude?
Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Right. This is wild. Like, what kind of strategy were they thinking this would?
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I
Turn it
actually
into the
changed. I said
chat.
every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically
Michael
identify
Proctor?
who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know
Dude.
it's a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay.
So who
let's
was it
figure
then?
out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who were among them?
Dude, the jury must be like, what the fuck is this
There
guy
was
doing?
4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them.
And they were?
Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today,
There we go.
do
There
you
you
believe or do you recall turning
Amazing.
over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
You saw how reluctant he was to say Michael Proctor?
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger.
Wow, bro. Wow, dude. Oh my God. I can't believe what I'm fucking looking at right now.
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact,
Just
you've
the
seen it,
wildest
I'm
shit
guessing,
ever.
Not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
He's like a child. He's like a 7-year-old being grilled by his mom. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. I've never seen a cop on a witness stand act like that. That is crazy.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals
Look at Karen.
Interviewed.
Watch Karen.
Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, in terms of the first tab, there's a purple tab.
And it's dope to see, like, it's Karen versus this guy.
Some of these came off.
Not just AJ.
I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
Highlight,
yes.
what's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document,
Sure.
please?
Dude, I tried to tell y'all before, bro. In case you didn't know what fucking was, now you do. AJ is an artist. Alan Jackson's a fucking artist. Right now, Alan Jackson has Yuri Bukkake's balls like this. Like, just like this the whole time. That jury is looking at him like, you're clearly lying. This guy is clearly lying. Why is he lying so much? He's one of the lead investigators in this case. Why is he lying? And why is he avoiding saying the name Michael Proctor? Actively avoiding saying the name Michael Proctor. It's bizarre. If I'm a juror and I'm sitting there listening to this, I'm going, what the fuck is going on with this guy? I'm going to have a whole new perspective on this case after seeing that. At this point, Alan Jackson owns this jury. He has their attention. This is Alan Jackson with the jury right now. I mean, because he's right now showing that that the Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit homicide that investigated the homicide of a Boston police officer are liars. And for some reason, the name of one of them is being actively avoided by not just this cop, but now the jury's realizing, why is the prosecution avoiding this guy's name too? He's the lead investigator. He's this guy's partner. Everything, when you watch a trial, folks, I learned this recently, well, not recently, but a couple of trials ago, where like I realized that nothing else matters other than how a jury perceives whatever's happening. That's it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what we know. Doesn't matter how we understand things. The best way to follow this trial and any trial is to imagine how the jury is perceiving something and thinking that both parties understand this. The defense and the prosecution understand this. And that's all they're trying to do. So right now, Alan Jackson is painting the picture that Yuri Bukkake is a fucking liar. He's a liar. And he's hiding shit. He's avoiding shit. And he's saying things like general vicinity. That's not what you want to hear from an experienced investigator.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of
this isn't a show for kids
from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. It goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th,
Oh my God,
2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
Yeah, I feel like I'm listening to a child defend themselves from stealing cookies.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Bro, March, dude.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence?
Yeah,
creating
bro.
a booking label, creating an evidence log,
Logging
things
it,
of that nature?
dude.
You know the
Memorializing
I
it.
understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not
It
claiming
does in
anything.
writing.
You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
It's kind of what the whole point of logging it
The
is.
evidence,
So we know when you put it into evidence.
I have the actual piece of evidence.
Because technically, according to the record, it's not put into evidence until it's logged in. Right?
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you want the jury to take your word that it was put into evidence on February 10th when it wasn't logged in until March 14th. Got it, dude. This is amazing, bro. Because AJ's going way harder with this time around. Last trial, I remember feeling like, dude, let him have it. Like, come on, bro. Like, what is with this chain of custody bullshit? This is terrible. Let him have it. Yeah, see, I believe that the first time around, it was like they were being in a boxing match, but didn't realize that they were fighting in a venue where, for some reason, it was okay to get kicked in the nuts.
Can we move
And so
on
it
and
was
come
just
back
catching
to this,
them
Mr. Jackson?
by surprise.
I think I've just
Now they know
I think I just
they're going to try to kick us in the nuts. Fuck that. We're going to kick them
got the
right back.
documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Bev's been awfully chill, no? She's been letting AJ work, dude. Like, that's not going unnoticed. Not to me. She's been letting AJ work. Right, for sure.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure.
I totally missed that.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
Right.
There is. We displayed the
Where is
bag,
it?
me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
Right.
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Yes or no?
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was. logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Attorney Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
It's a yes or no
No,
question.
I'm sorry,
right?
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just to
Brennan.
the
Can you
evidence.
point
Just
to
the
any documentation
False start.
between February 10th, March 14th, bro? What are you fucking smiling about, dude?
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is a standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
It fucking sucks.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah. Yeah. It's unreal.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
Wow.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Liz.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Dude, this guy is such an asshole.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need the markup for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's
AJ's like, I'm trying to get shit done,
identified
bro.
by a
Let's go.
lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this
I tried to mute that.
item,
My bad.
can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we've just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously.
This dude is getting
Are you
fucking
familiar with that
roiled.
document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look. I
Sure.
must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Dude, you know how heavy that guy's gonna drink tonight? Like, that guy's gonna drink so fucking heavily tonight.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Can't you just tap out? Like, is that a thing? Can the witness just tap out and just be like, dude, I can't do this anymore. Can I just like quit? Can I just
Move to
Can I just
publish,
go
Your Honor.
home? Can I just run away?
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the
Dude,
same
look at the
item
size of
designator
that
number?
fucking piece of taillight, bro.
Yes,
There's no
7/16.
way.
And what is depicted in this
Come
photograph?
on.
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
There's
It's
no
more than 6
way.
inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
There's no
Maybe
way that
7.
much is
I know
missing
this is
from
a
her taillight
little
when
bit
she's
of a
pulling out of One
challenge, but
Meadows.
How from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
Right, dude. I
Three-
noticed this
3.5
last
inches, I
trial
guess.
too.
Okay.
Like,
And then the
I'm
next
like,
page,
dude,
please,
this
the
guy
following
pulled
to
out a
final
fucking
page.
piece
Should
that
be
was the size of
sub C.
Australia.
Do you see
And
the
I'm
same
like,
designator
dude,
on the
what are you
bottom right?
talking about? How is the jury not noticing this?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
Right.
February 10th was the last time I
46
collected.
more pieces.
I said there was still snow on the
It's not a
ground, maybe in piles where
Out of my
it was
face with that.
excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
You didn't see.
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
You were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mhm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and
It
I
revealed
collected it.
itself.
That was it. Okay, fair enough.
It revealed
Then on the
itself.
10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me. and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection. Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain.
You didn't think it could be motive? No.
Support that label?
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages? May we approach your honor?
Yes.
Wow. This is pretty intense. This is pretty wild. I mean, this guy is just cooked, dude. Like, there's nothing that he's going to say that's going to seem like it's on, like, that it's legit. Like, it's like a result of a legit investigation. It makes no sense that he would sit up there. And AJ's not even done. It's so crazy. He's just going to sit there and take it. Like, I feel like at any given moment, he's just going to give up and just be like, you know what, man? I plead the fifth, dude. Like, I'm done. I'm done with the whole thing. I'm over it.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Like, I wonder who's going to end up doing that. I wonder who's going to end up. Yeah, there's Tiffany on my shirt. You better believe that shit's Tiffany on my shirt. Dude, like, because AJ is just like, he's sitting on his face, dude. Like metaphorically speaking, he's like a big brother that's just sitting on his little brother's head, and just not letting him move. Like, that's basically what's going on here. The jury's just got to sit there and watch him do that. That's what's going on. It's like AJ is AJ's like hovering over him and like spitting and then like pulling the spit back into his mouth and like, oh, almost got you. That's what he's doing to Bukkake right now. It's the craziest. This is the craziest cross-examination I've ever seen because Bukkake looks like an idiot. Because like he doesn't look too stupid to do his job. He looks too stupid to pull off a cover-up. That's what's funny. Like AJ has already painted the picture like brilliantly that he is perfectly capable of conducting a sound investigation. He knows what he's doing, but he didn't. He's terrible at covering up a frame up. Terrible. He's really stupid when it comes to that. How long till AJ makes him cry on the stand? This guy is such a clown for real. Like, if I didn't hate this guy so much, I'd be embarrassed for him, but I'm loving every second of it. Dude, I'm still pissed about the rubber duckies. Like, this to me is just like revenge for the rubber duckies. Karma for just that alone, bro. The effort this guy put into building a case against Rich Schiffer for rubber duckies, dude. That's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, man. Do I have a... Yeah, there we go. I don't know my shit, though. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's see if I can find this. Probably don't even have time. Sorry, I'm going through my... Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Yeah, man. I got to... This was the night that I first met Alan Jackson, but that's Rich Schiffer and me and Karen. And Rich Schiffer, to me, is a hero. And Bukkake built this whole elaborate case against this guy because he left rubber duckies at D&E Pizza. Rubber duckies, bro. And the charges were eventually dropped, finally, but Turtle Boy's charges are still pending, which is ridiculous. Dude, it's even too early for like the morning recess. Yeah, Rich is a hero, dude. I like Rich a lot. He's a nice guy. Oh, fuck yeah, Bert. You better believe I'm bragging about that shit, man. That was awesome. That was an awesome night. What's Aiden saying? What's up, buddy? Bukkake didn't do the Schiffer case. He did the bunch of the other ones. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Bukkake who did the Schiffer case. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's right. That was the lady. He showed up. There's the video of the lady. I can't remember her name, but he showed up at her house and she pulled out her phone and just stuck it in his face. And he was smirking in that shit too. He was smirking in that fucking video too. She chased him back to his car. Like, you got nothing better to do? You're going to prison.
Court, all rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks. Step right up. Thank you.
What the fuck? What now? What's happening now?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover?
Dude, shut up. Is it recess already? Now I gotta find I gotta find shit to like. Let's check Twitter. See what we got going on. Joe flip ahead. Wow. People are still trying to like push that stupid fake picture. So ridiculous. I wonder who the Commonwealth's going to call next. Yeah, and what happened to the back of John's pants, dude? Bro, you can always count on Aiden, dude. Look at this shit. Loser. You're a fucking loser, guy. Dude, I could just scroll through Twitter, dude. And this shit is just very funny to me. Let's watch this again. This is always so fun. I could just clown DePietro all day. I don't take this guy seriously at all. He's just a dipshit. Like, if you read his tweets, they're just blatant lies. They're ridiculous. Let's just watch this guy again because it's fun. I could watch this forever.
John, why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
But why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right, can I ask that? You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
you don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
What, so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So.
No, I'm broadcasting.
Chupa.
What do you do? John, why do you lie every day?
I'm live right
so
now.
fun.
Why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it,
you don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
What, so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So
no, I'm broadcasting.
Chupa. Hold on. We gotta.
What do you do, John? Why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
We gotta watch the other one.
To move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt.
He said it's a policy. He said to look it up. Look it up. It's a policy. Can't with this fucking guy, dude. Hold on, I gotta hear that again.
This individual to move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that.
It's a policy. It's a policy under the Bloggers Guild. If you look it up in the Bloggers Guild, It's a policy, chapter 4, section 17D. It's a policy. This guy's killing me, dude.
So with your glasses. So why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at all.
Domestic
Now, listen,
terrorist.
I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast.
The words
You go
of a
over there and
domestic
do that.
terrorist.
I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting broadcast. And I'm actually on the
Oh,
radio.
these guys, dude.
And there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt
There's
someone
the
doing
policy.
broadcast.
Where's the policy?
So could you ask him to move along?
Bro, I wish you would just whip out a book. Look, I'm looking it up. I'm looking up the policy right here. It's right here.
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can
Well-
wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to start
You're
it. Daniel, but, like,
Yes, you are trying to start something. As he's filming.
well, I'm not the one that
If
got
you
the
wanna
police.
talk to me, I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
We don't want to make a big deal.
I definitely don't want to make a big deal. of
You
this.
are trying
Yeah.
to make a big deal.
Well,
Dude, I'm trying to just figure this guy out, dude. Like, what fucking possesses this guy to get up in the fucking morning, bro? First of all, what does he tell his barber? Like, how do you describe that cut to your barber? Like, hey, like I go to the barber and I go, hey, skin fade, not too high. That's it. That's what they do. It's easy. What is this guy's shit called? Like, yeah, like, does he like, he walks in and he says, give me the Scoutmaster. Oh, I got you, dude. Have a seat. Give me the Scoutmaster. Is that what he does? I don't understand. And then let me fucking get involved in a case where I know the woman's innocent, but I'm going to like tell as many fucking lies as I possibly can. This is like, it's so wild. Like he says, like the day that one of the days that I was there during jury selection, he's like, he tweets, because I mean, I think it was Janet and Bill, Karen's parents, they would come later, you know, like they know they got a long trial coming up. So they would come and support, but they would come a little later than everyone else. Right. And sometimes they had like doctor's appointments and shit, you know, like they got lives, you know what I'm saying? So it's jury selection. So this guy tweets some shit about, the parents aren't here because they're disgusted with the company that supports Karen Reed and blah blah blah, or some shit like that. Something just completely asinine and ridiculous. Something that just was like nothing to support it, and then like they show up, you know, like so. But like he doesn't even give a fuck. Like that's how he'll lie. Like he doesn't even give a fuck that he'll be proven wrong within like a matter of minutes. You know, it's really bizarre, dude. Like I shit was just funny. Like, and I was sitting outside of the courtroom with Esty, and we were just talking, and this guy, he walks by, and she had saw the tweet, and she goes, he was going down the stairs, and she goes, hey, you're a liar. You lie. It's like she was all whispering it, and he just didn't give a fuck. And she was just like, you're a liar. But this guy, like, he doesn't care. Like, he knows he's a liar. He laughs about it. It's crazy.
Well, okay, John. Yeah,
Why
yeah,
don't you just
okay.
let me do my
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going. But I mean, what the heck, John? I mean, I'm just asking a
Why
question.
don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast?
Because he asked Karen Reed the other day on the way into court. He asked
All
her,
right. His name is John DePietro. Now, I don't know nearly as much about him as Turtle Boy does, but he calls himself a journalist, and he just spews lies about people. And he hates Turtle Boy. And he hates Turtle Boy for doing things that Turtle Boy doesn't do, but he does, which is really, really funny. He's a radio talk show host. This guy actually has a job in a radio station. It's so crazy. What a fucking bizarre world we live in, dude.
Oh, yeah.
about OJ. Remember you asked her about OJ? You go, was
Absolutely, I
OJ
did.
framed?
Yes.
So he can ask questions to Karen
She
Reed, but
wasn't
I can't ask questions to
broadcasting.
him?
She wasn't broadcasting.
That-
What part of that? I know that all your fans are down there.
Well, what law
I'll
says
talk
that I
to-
can't ask a
It is
journalist?
a violation.
I can't ask a journalist. Okay, okay, John, if you say so.
No, you see
Okay.
what happens there, and that's exactly, I don't blame Aiden at all. Because I mean, he would have been within his rights to take it further and stand his ground with that. You know what I mean? But the thing is like, he's already been locked up for reasons that he shouldn't have been locked up for. He's already got these bogus charges looming over him that are bogus. Like you know what I mean? The law that was used, that was applied, is unconstitutional in itself. So at this point, if I'm Aiden, I'm picking my battles. Like, DePietro's not worth going as far as sitting there and telling two state troopers in front of the courthouse, hey, I have a right, blah, blah, blah. I have just as much of a right to be here. He would have been right to do that, but that wouldn't have, it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Considering all the shit that he's had to deal with already and that he's currently dealing with, it's not worth it. You know, I mean, they tried to fucking revoke his bail and they added more charges to him for fucking standing in front of a fucking security camera. Like, that's it. Talking. Stupidity, dude. Like, they're doing everything they can to get this guy locked up. So if I'm him, I'm picking my battles. You know what I mean? They really are, dude. Like, there's characters, man. It's so wild. It's so wild, dude. Like, I might write a book after this is all over. I might. Like, I've never even thought about doing that before, but I might do it because there's so much shit intertwined in all of this that is just like, it's fascinating. Too many interesting people, too many fascinating personalities and characters. It's so crazy. Yeah, like the fact that people like Wendy Murphy exist is just fascinating, dude. Like, she's a fucking lawyer. She's a lawyer and she says the things that she does like on blast all over X. It's so crazy. Koffendorfer, former FBI, saying the things that she says on X. Crazy. Crazy, dude. Dude, it really is like the upside down. It's like you when you walk into this case, Once you're no longer in the world anymore. You're in some other fucking world where the rules don't apply, dude. Like, there are new rules. It's so crazy. Wait, what is this? Hold on. That can't be right. I mean, all I'm seeing is just like, okay, somebody tagged me in something, but wait, what? Is this today? What's the date on this article? Oh, no, that's 2008. Okay, he's got a link pinned to it. Okay, yeah, this is old. 2018. Updated 2018. So this is a story about John DePietro. Former Boston radio host John DePietro is blaming his missus, saying his wife is behind the cheating ratings scandal that boosted his Rhode Island radio show, and that he had no idea she cooked. Hold on. Oh, do I have to log in? Oh, I don't want. Yeah, I can't read the rest. Oh well, fuck it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not subscribing to the Boston Herald so I can read that article. So I guess there was a rating scandal. I guess they like cheated on the ratings or something. I did scroll all the way down. That's so wild. Ratings gate. Wow. So this guy, dude, what a piece of trash that guy is, dude. I don't understand people like that. There's so much shit in the world that you don't have to lie about and keep it interesting. Like, how uninteresting are you where you have to lie about something to make it interesting? You know what I mean? What does that say about how uninteresting you are? Like, just tell the truth. Give your take on the truth. Like, what's hard about that? Yeah, it's definitely pathological. Wait, what? So what they did was, so they just like they like set up a shit ton of radios in their house and turned on the radio station to boost their ratings. What? What's so funny is I could just see that guy doing that. That's just something that I could see that guy doing. Dude, I'm telling you, man, somebody's going to write a movie about this shit and they're going to like dramatize that situation. You just picture that in a movie, a guy like that running around his house, and imagine who his wife is. I mean, I don't even know what his wife looks like, but I imagine him going, how many radios did you get today? Did you get more radios today? We got to turn them on. You got to turn them. They all got to be in the same frequency. Come on, honey. That's not enough radios. Okay, then we need a power strip to go over here. Unreal, dude. That is the craziest shit ever, bro. Like, I can't believe these people fucking exist. That's a scandal. It's a scandal. the fucking shit ton of radios in your house. Can you imagine how many radios it took to do that? You know how many radios? Dude. He ordered 200 radios off of Temu. Dude, how are you supposed to have any respect for that guy as a journalist, dude? How are you supposed to do that? And he's taking pictures of the jury. You know he knows better. You know? Like, of course the guy, dude, like, think about it. Your Honor, we heard that somebody in the press area was taking pictures of the jury. Oh, well, who was it? Was it Sue O'Connell? She wouldn't do that. No. No. Christina Rex. No. It's Ted Daniel. No way. No. What about the guy who packed his house full of radios to fucking cheat the ratings? You think maybe it was him? I mean, come on, dude. Like, you think maybe that's the guy that stands out as the guy who might be the one who is taking pictures of the jury? Dude. Like, that guy's a total joke. Like, and you just look at the people who like support him, dude. Like Plevin, you know, Crusty Panties. Dude, all of these people, dude, they're like a bunch of misfit villains in a Saturday morning fucking cartoon, dude. That's I'm serious. They're like stupid, silly fucking, you know, the ones that like the main villain would fucking shit all over the whole episode. Give me that, you cretin. I'm sorry, boss. That's like a bunch of those people. That's what they all remind me of. Like Crusty Panties, fucking Plevin, Grant, all of them. They all remind DePietro just, oh, I'm sorry, boss. I'll try to do better next time, boss. I'm sorry. Like just a bunch of just dumb retards that can't get anything right. Do not fail me again. I won't, boss. Yeah, like the same stupid fucking formula in every Saturday morning cartoon, every afternoon after school cartoon. Beastman, fucking. That's just what they all remind me of. It's so ridiculous. I can't believe these are real people. Like, that's, dude. Like, I have to see, like, dude, look at, you guys want to, I have to mute it. I have to mute it because I don't want the copyright ding. Well, I'm probably going to get it anyway from what I played this morning, but dude, look at this shit right here, dude. This is the guy on the stand right now, bro. That's the guy on the stand right now. Like, this can't be real life, dude. This can't be real life. This is a guy trying to fucking put one over on the jury. That guy right there. I mean, fuck am I supposed to do with this, dude? Just ignore it? You know what I mean? Look, and then you got this idiot. Hold on. What does Julie Carpenter say? The mystery of why Karen stops by her chauffeured vehicle every morning to see her supporters on the way to the courthouse is why they keep handing her envelopes, morning prayer, and pledge. The more you learn about the inside of the way this group operates, the more it sounds like a cult. Like, Julie, good time, Julie Carp. Like, you see what I mean? It's just all of these people are fucking hilarious, dude. I can't believe they're real people. Look at this guy. It's just wild, man. Let's hear
what is money compared to that? It's nothing. It's not, we don't all live forever. There's certain things that matter more, right? In short. So.
Sorry, the puppy attacking my sweet older dog.
Oh no.
Derailed me. But my point is, when you strip away all selfish like motivations, right? Then you can get a real good feel about why people are doing what they're doing, right? So clearly we're not making a lot of friends here. We're not getting a lot of adoration.
No.
We get a lot of abuse. We're not making any money, right?
No, we get a lot. You get a lot of hatred. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the only motivation that remains really is that it's the truth and it's the right thing to do. But a lot of people, like, that's not enough.
No, it's not. No, it's different priorities. It really is what it is. It's just different priorities.
Right.
You know, you can call it a culture war, maybe. Might be.
That's the most idiotic shit I ever heard in my life, dude. Like, that's the most idiotic shit I've ever heard. Like, they're like, I mean, here's the thing. Does Turtle Boy make money? Sure. Does Melanie Little make money? Sure. Do I make money? Sure. We all make money, right? Did you ever think that the reason why that is because the truth is just more lucrative? Krusty? Like, she's sitting here complaining, talking about, I'm broke. We're broke. We're doing this because it's the truth. No, you're not. No. Somebody is paying you. Like, somebody's paying you to lie. You're not generating money because people see the truth. Somebody has to pay you to lie because the truth is too obvious. That's the issue here. The truth is always generally more lucrative. That's the reason why we all call you stupid, because you could just be telling the truth and be doing fine as long as you bring your own shit to the table, you know. But tell the truth. It's not that hard. It's actually really easy. It's a lot easier to manage. What is she getting from the Commonwealth? Supposedly like $1,500 a month, right? Through Cash App. Isn't that the rumor? Or isn't that the allegation that she is it $1,500 a month? Dude, $1,500 a month, dude. Selling your soul for $1,500 a month. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. Like, that's just low, man. That's just fucking low. So supposedly, yeah, people who are just following this case, you have to understand that there's a whole spin-off. Like if the Karen Reed case were a primetime TV show, the Turtle Boy case would be a spin-off of this show. Still connected. Now, because again, I've said this many times, you cannot properly tell the Karen Reed story without telling the Turtle Boy story as well. If you're exposing the issue of corruption, the Turtle Boy story is vital to understanding the extent of the lengths that this local government will go to railroad someone. So it's very important to follow both cases to truly understand what's happening to Karen Reed. Now, this person, oh yeah, hold on one second here, folks. I'll actually I actually may be able to provide you with a better explanation, even though court might be starting. But if there's time before the proceedings begin again, then I'll actually have a better means of explaining this to you. Oh, my bad. There we go. My bad. Okay. So, yeah. I I sent the link to the wrong person. But yeah. So yeah, I've got a special guest joining me in just a little bit. I think you guys will enjoy that. So yeah, the story is that apparently it can be proven that, so basically Turtle Boy has this whole campaign of people who are basically trying to get him locked up, and apparently he and his attorneys can prove that there are people who colluded with certain members of the Massachusetts State Police, Sergeant Tully or Lieutenant Tully being one of them, Brian Tully being one of them, and possibly even Bukkake here. So yeah, these cops are just dirty assholes. But yeah, this is This is the most wildest shit that I've ever followed. And it's bizarre because I've never been so close to a case before where I've gotten to actually like meet and interact with so many people that are involved in it, because it's such a local, it's such a thing that affects so many people locally, that if you go there, you're going to meet people that are involved in this, and you're going to talk to them, and you're going to interact with them. You know what I mean? Like it's just how this is. It's so crazy.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial
Shut up,
watchers.
man. This guy. Bevan's swishing over the mouthwash right now. Dude, I gotta tell you guys, man, I really, really appreciate you guys. You guys are just the best fucking chat in the world. Seriously. Don't forget to hit the like for me too. That would. I love that. I just fucked off. I was just telling you guys how much I love you, and I fucked off. It's funny. No, yeah, hit the like for me. And if you're not subscribed already, please subscribe. We hit 44,000 subs yesterday, man. That's really, really dope. I really appreciate you guys for that, man. I hope you guys are really enjoying the channel. Yeah. I'm shooting high though, man. I'm shooting for the sky. By the end of this trial, I want 50K subs. I wonder if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it, but you guys can help me out there. Yeah, I just can't believe you guys dig this, you know? I'm just up here having fun. So, like, it's great to share it with so many people. It's fun. You guys are the best. And by the way, it's a different fucking shoe. Okay? It's a different shoe. The shoe in that picture that they showed in court is not the same shoe pulled out of that bag. I don't care whether it was the left or the right. It's not the same shoe. For the record. Ginger Freckles, member for 10 months. Will, you are the best. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Will, do you think they'll talk about the shoe? Listen, dude. I'm going to send this message out to Karen Reed directly. Okay? All right? If your defense team does not bring up the fact that the shoe is different, right? Go ahead and fire them. I'll take over your entire defense. Okay? Now, not working pro bono, but I'm a lot cheaper than 5 lawyers. Okay? Not working pro bono. All right? Like, you're going to have to cough something up. Okay? But if this defense team does not bring up the fact that shoe is different, I'm offering my services. Okay? Taking over the whole goddamn defense. Okay? You think AJ killed it today? You just wait till I'm like, the shoe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is different than the shoe that they pulled out of the bag. Boom. Boom. That's all it takes. All this. Oh, say his name, Michael Proctor, blah, 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 blah. Michael Proctor doesn't mean anything anymore. Okay? The only thing that matters is the shoe. The shoe. It's different. Take it over the whole defense. Take it over the whole goddamn defense. Ginger Freckles, thank you so much. How many sneakers are there in this case? At least 3. At least fucking 3. I'm telling you right now, at least 3. I'm not saying 3 pairs. I'm saying at least 3 sneakers. 1 pair and 1 with a black sole that they took a picture of and put in that courtroom. I don't know nothing about no socks. But, I mean, dude, the pants, how'd they get such deep grass stains in the ass of the pants if they didn't drag his ass across the lawn? A wet lawn. Come on, man. He just landed there and it caused those deep stains in his jeans. How does back pocket get ripped? How does back pocket get ripped from the last trial to this trial? What are they doing with the evidence? They probably manipulated the jeans to make it look like he was dragged and or hit by a vehicle. This isn't Jurassic Park, dude. We're talking about blue jeans, bro. We're not DNA. I know. You probably just got confused. I'm just giving you shit, man. I do that shit too. Oh, like I saw a lot of stuff about that, about how they put his shirt in a frame. I mean, to me, honestly, that makes sense to me. I mean, obviously it's for the sake of being, putting on a performance for the jury by the prosecution. Obviously it was for presentation purposes, but to me it seemed like a practical way to show and preserve the shirt. But if you're going to do it, lay the shirt out completely and totally crease free, like you would. I mean, why did they put it in there all fucked up? Like that, what good did that do? That was really weird. Like, just put it in there like nice. That's kind of the whole point of putting it in a thing like that, right? But I don't see any problem with like showing a jury, like having that like that to show a jury. It shows the jury the clothing better. It does. I mean, it's not. I didn't find that to be irresponsible or unsanitary in some way, as long as the thing they put it in was sterile, which it probably wasn't, but Oh wow, Catherine, thank you. For the PayPal. Let me see what we got here. Beer money for tonight. No, I won't be drinking beer for at least until I go back to Boston. Yeah, I'm staying alcohol free for a few weeks. But I will buy something else with that. Thank you though. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'll buy some more yogurt. I don't think they're on lunch, man. Like maybe the issue with John DePietro's coming up. Wouldn't that be some shit, dude? Like that's always happening, bro. Every time somebody tries to fucking that's dude, you know what Turtle Boy is like, bro? Turtle Boy is like the fucking Roadrunner, dude. He's like the Roadrunner. And like there's a bunch of wily coyotes that just keep fucking just planting their faces in the ground trying to get him. It's so funny. I could watch that shit forever. Crafty Cal, thank you so much. There were 40 plus picks of taillight, and now not one was damaged, cracked, smashed, crushed under the foot of an officer in that small garden area. Right. Thank you, Crafty Cal. I mean, dude, yeah. For real. Like, dude, he's like the fucking Roadrunner. He's just minding his own shit. I mean, he's not really minding his own shit. Like he's, exposing corruption, but he's people who have nothing to do with it keep trying to like stop him from doing it, and then they end up fucking like eating pavement in the process. They keep like building their little rockets and doohickeys to try to trap him, and he's just like meat. It happens all the time. Oh, snap. Okay. Stake money for Clubber. Thank you so much, Sandra. Appreciate it. Dude, it's so funny. Hold on. I got to do something here. And then, yeah, man. We'll make today about Aiden, bro. Like, you guys want to feel generous, man. Help Aiden out with his defense fund. Because, dude, his trial, when that shit comes up, you guys think this trial's entertaining? Dude, wait till fucking his trial starts. You're going to see some crazy shit. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. When that shit goes to trial, dude, the witnesses that Bettero and Bradel are going to call up are going to be amazing. I love that shit. I could just fucking... Yeah, I'm so excited to see what Bradel and Bettero are going to do in trial. And the thing is, man, make no mistake, it's all about free speech. That's what this whole thing is about. Karen Reed is fighting these charges not only to exonerate herself, but to get justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe as best as she can, right? Aiden is fighting these charges to exonerate himself because they're bullshit charges, but also to fight for your freedom of speech. That is a fact. That is something that you cannot deny, and that is something that we should all be grateful for. Dude, the guy sat in jail for 2 months. He could have taken a plea. He didn't. What's going on, man?
How are you, dude?
Good, man. Good to see you, buddy. Hold on, I got to give you the applause. I didn't have it ready. There we go. Well, hopefully, what do you think this taking so long for this shit to come back?
Dude, everything takes forever. I don't even know what they left for. Was this like the standard recess? I always forget. She said something about making copies beforehand. I don't even know.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What do you think of this cross so far, dude?
I think Yuri Bukkake is like the poster child for like closed borders. Like, seriously, dude, this guy like he is an immigrant. I don't want to be like xenophobic or anything like that, but he is an immigrant, and he clearly brought like his Eastern European values of what government is with him. Like that's clearly what we're witnessing right here. Like this guy is
not unfair. That is not an unfair observation.
Like he acts like he's in the KGB. Like it's like we don't ask to answer questions. Are you done? Are you like you just up there? Like this is what I imagine. Like some Soviet agent coming to your door demanding to know. Like are you like with the rubber duckies too? Like are you? What are your thoughts? What are you eating on the internet? Like I'm not kidding. Call me xenophobic. Call me whatever you want. You're watching this guy. What you're seeing up here is different values. These are foreign values on display right now. These are not American values that this guy represents up here. American values include civil liberties, civil rights, protection from government tyranny, all this stuff. That's not what he grew up in a communist country, and it's showing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and it's just beautiful how AJ has set up this cross. Like he just built an amazing foundation of making the guy seem incompetent and then showing that he knows better and how to conduct the investigation by asking him certain questions on how an investigation should be conducted, what's to be expected, and how you collect evidence, things of that nature, how you come up with theories, all this shit, and then leaves him no excuse as to why he didn't do any of these things in this investigation.
Yeah. And first of all, like he admitted on there that English is his third language. Under no circumstances we be governed by people whose third language is English, especially when one of your first two languages is not Spanish, which is the only language that is somewhat useful for policing to understand. Like, oh, well, okay, what's your first language? Okay, is it Spanish? No. Okay, what about maybe Portuguese, something like that? A lot of Brazilian? No. What is it? Oh, Ukrainian and Russian. Oh, well, that's not going to be fucking useful, is it? Like, what the fuck are we going to do with that? Like seriously.
Like Jackson's like, dude, you want me to pull out a Webster's dictionary in the middle of this examination right now? Like,
yeah, he told him
what?
to. He told him to pull out the dictionary. Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? And like, he was not this bad, Bukkake, in the first one. Like, no. And I love the way this trial is going. This is the most positive I've ever been after watching today's cross. Just thinking about this all big picture, what we've witnessed so far compared to what we were at last year. At this point last year, by day 13, I don't think Jennifer McCabe even. Oh, we're back. Okay, we can watch this. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
A word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission.
Hold on.
Sure.
Exhibit 114. Thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Kayla Jones.
Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see what you
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're gonna mark this
For identification only.
This is how they're introducing the Higgins messages. They're not calling Higgins. They're not calling Higgins. There it is. There's confirmation.
For identification.
So you don't think the defense is going to call Higgins?
Defense might, but just talk about the waterfall video. They got to talk about that.
Yeah, they have to talk
You're
about that.
certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
Thank you, Johnny O.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
He expects him to read all the Higgins messages.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, like Jackson's basically just like, dude, I could do this all fucking, we can go into next week with this. I don't give a fuck. We're getting through this. You're going to answer all my questions. Like, they are not fucking around this time around. Like, they know exactly, because that's the vibe I'm getting. Tell me if you agree or disagree. I'm getting the vibe that the last trial, they were kind of still, they were still kind of in shock that this was happening. You know what I mean? That these people were so brazen with what they were doing that they were just like caught by surprise still. And this time around, they're like, no, fuck that. We know these people will do, and especially somebody like Brennan, he's a fucking weasel. They're going to sink to whatever low they're going to go. And so we're just going to beat them to it. We're just going to be ready for it, no matter what they pull. And we're just going to go for broke and just show how corrupt they are.
You talking about bringing in regards to bringing in these messages?
Well, no, I'm talking just generally in the defense's approach to defending Karen in this trial, as opposed to the last trial. You see what I'm saying? Like they were a lot. they were still kind of caught by surprise by how brazen they were with how corrupt they were, like in everyone's face. Here, they have been dealing with it for so long that they're just like, okay, we know that they'll not pull any punches here. We know that Brennan will just straight up lie. So we'll just paint them out to be the liars that they are for the jury. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Bukkake's doing them no favors either. It's like,
right.
You're reading Jessica Machado's tweets. It's like she's very good at reporting the reactions of the jurors. And it's like, it sounds like they're finally, this is a jury that hasn't shown much emotion, I don't think, prior to Bukkake. He's like the first one that is really blowing up in the Commonwealth's face because he just comes, like you said, like I don't know if Brennan didn't prep him properly. But he's just come like, don't fight the little shit. Don't ask the definition of theory. You don't need to fucking do that. You're just coming across as so evasive and dishonest. And you're like, yeah, I could picture this guy being corrupt. I could picture this guy being a dishonest police officer. Like, you could picture it,
Yeah.
as opposed to last time when we were doing the Colin Albert jig. And what time did Colin Albert get home? And Brian Albert messing around with us and doing his whole routine. Like, they're not. I think the not bringing the McAlberts on is kind of helping the Commonwealth. I mean, the defense, because they just get to focus on the the facts of this case and the investigation and how ridiculously sloppy it was. Like, Jennifer McCabe, they called, obviously, and she was better than Bukkake. Like, Bukkake is a fucking disaster because she's manipulative. She can fool people. Bukkake is fooling no one. He does not have her skill to manipulate and fool people like she does. Like, you meet Bukkake, like, there isn't anybody who meets Bukkake and it's like, yeah, that guy's like honest. That guy's not. Yeah, nobody's thinking that. Like, whereas Jennifer McCabe is like, fucking sells it to you. I don't buy her. Most people don't, but some do,
Yeah. Yeah. She's definitely, I mean, and Bukkake's just, he relies on that whole tough guy image. So he's not trying to come off as Mr. Nice Guy. Whereas Jen McCabe's whole thing is, I'm just an innocent soccer mom, I'm just, I bake cookies and I trade Tupperware with my neighbors and shit,
I lie to the FBI sometimes.
Right.
Like normal moms. Like, we just sometimes lie. Like we're just like normal moms.
Yeah, that's a thought that I keep getting stuck on, because it's like you have Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde testifying again in this trial, and you'd think that if their findings were legit, which they contradict each other anyway, and Alessi proved that, if their findings were legit, then where are all the virtuous forensic data analysts that should be stepping forward to help poor innocent Jen McCabe clear her name if she didn't make this 2:27 a.m. search? Where are all these other credible analysts that would corroborate Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen? They're just standing on that hill by themselves. You know what I mean? To me, that says a lot. That says a lot. I mean, nobody wants to discredit Celebrite data altogether. That's really bad. I mean, every case that I've ever followed, covered, every trial, they use Celebrite data.
It said a lot earlier on when Bukkake said something to the effect of like that, like he said that his reason for thinking that, like, early on that she had done this, that Karen Reed was the lone whatever who did it, was that, like, witness statements claiming she said, I did it. And on that day, the only person who said that, who said anything about that on that day, was Jennifer McCabe. And it just kind of reiterates that, like, I think the defense is doing a good job this trial of just showing that Jennifer McCabe, like, don't focus on what happened when John went into the house. Just focus on the fact that Jennifer McCabe is the sole source of she's the one pulling Peggy O'Keefe's strings. She's the one pulling Kerry Roberts' strings. She's the one pulling Bukkake's strings. She's the one pulling Proctor's strings, like all of them. Gallagher, like every cop that she spoke to, got their understanding of the case from her. Like she is the nexus of all of this. So
She's quarterbacking the distribution of information.
Right. So they're not even talking about what happened to John when he went in the house, which is great because that was our criticism of last time that we thought was like a weakness, is that you don't need to do that. You just need to try to put him in the house, which I feel like they've done a decent job doing. How have they put him in the house? Well, they got the guy to admit that Alessi got, who was it, Whiffen, to admit that circle, he could be in the house. He admitted that.
Yeah.
You know,
and all they have to do is prove that he could have been in the house, that there was a possibility he was in the house. That's all they have to
That's
prove.
it. That's reasonable doubt. That
Right.
Yeah, he could have. That has not been ruled out. And by not calling Brian Albert, Julie Nagel so far, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., and Caitlin Albert, what do all 6 of those people have in common?
They were in the house.
They were in the house, and they would all testify that John O'Keefe did not come in the house. So that's 6 witnesses now. Like last time, that's like what their strength was you have all these witnesses who are testifying John never came in the house. Now you have all these people who are inside the house who could all testify that John was not inside the house, which is a really important piece of testimony and evidence that you want to give to the jury, right? And you're not bringing it forward.
That's a good point.
That severely weakens your case because you have all these witnesses. Like their case was stronger last time because of the amount of people who said that John O'Keefe never came in the house. They don't have that this time. And maybe jurors are thinking like, wait a minute, why aren't they bringing these people forward who will say
that's a big crater, dude?
Oh, wouldn't you think that?
That's a big crater in the prosecution's case. Most definitely.
You know what I mean? So there you go.
Yeah. Buy Turtle Boy and yourself a beer next time you come to Boston. Thank you. Yeah, just not in Canton, but yeah, of course. Yeah, I always hit Aiden up when I get into town and we get a meal of food. At least
never see if McCarthy's again though.
Yeah, never again.
Never. Even though it's excellent, I'll never go there, bro. Especially you guys. You guys get me in trouble. You guys are a bad influence.
Fuck you, man. You're the bad influence on me.
Know,
You're just the one who got charged.
I know. Jeez, luckily, I mean, I'd still be locked up right now. It's less than 60 days since then, you know.
God, what a crock of shit. We were just having fun, and we were not like, one thing is for certain, there was never a spirit of let's intimidate somebody,
right?
You know? Like there was never any of that. It was just
there was never even a spirit of let's talk to somebody. We had no idea that we were being recorded. Like it was just being goofy or a freaking window, and it's like, dude, are you serious? And then they get mad at me when I make comments about my thoughts on Brian Tully. Like, Brian Tully isn't stupid. He knows what our intention was, but he's like, no, I'm going to use this as a chance to incarcerate him anyway. Like, that's evil. And only an evil person does something like that. And I'm supposed to like this guy, you know, like what am I supposed to say nice things about him?
And it sucks so much because there's just that looming fear that you're going to go back to jail. But the silver lining to that, if there is one, is that they're consistently showing how desperate they are and how more desperate they're becoming.
Yeah, but
I know what I mean.
You know, that just shows
you got to worry about going to jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just shows I got to be careful. Like yesterday's incident with DePietro, old me prior to bail would not have left there. I would have made a thing and said, I have a right to be here. I can record this guy. I am not violating any buffer zone policies. It says we can't. I am doing a broadcast too. His broadcast. If he wants to do a broadcast in public, you run the risk of somebody running behind you and saying, "Hi, mom," or "Fuck," you know what I mean? Something like that. Like that's what happens on live broadcasts sometimes. Like when you do them in public. Ask anybody who's ever covered a sporting game or something like that. And it's like this guy thinks like his broadcast is like this sacred thing. It looks like a freaking ATM camera video too. Like his old broadcast.
Totally does.
Like you're just getting $50 out to go buy some weed. Like that's what it looks like he's doing with that freaking setup. Like I thought I was under the impression that DePietro considered himself like kind of like a cartoon character, like funny. Like Grant considers himself a cartoon character and knows it. Like he calls himself a freaking towel. Like
Yeah,
it's a thing. You know, he's doing a thing. So I thought DePetro was just like the new Grant doing like an act, but it's like, oh no, this guy thinks he's like a serious reporter. Oh dear God. Oh no. No. And yeah, so
he's
he's a complete fucking fraud. Baghdad Bob's the best nickname for that guy.
I went over that. It was really funny because I was actually sniping his stream that you snuck up behind, and I logged off. I got bored just before you went up there. Like I logged off, I got bored, and then later someone was like, "Hey, Turtle Boy got into it with John DePietro and he called the cops on it." I was like, "Oh shit." And I just kept refreshing Twitter, waiting for your, because you were like, I've got a video coming soon, right? So I just kept refreshing it because I was just looking for shit to go over while we were doing these breaks, you know? So like, and then I went over that yesterday and was dying laughing because I was like, I was sniping his stream. If I would have just stayed on there, I would have caught it live. Unless he stopped the recording before you know, I don't know. But I went over it again today and I was dying laughing. That shit was just trooper. I could watch that shit over and over again.
Yeah, true. Listen, Turtle. Like, no, excuse me. I'm in the middle of a broadcast. FCC. You know, I'm trying to do a broadcast. FCC regulations say you can't interrupt my broadcast. And it's like the state troopers, of course, assign, like they don't know how the fucking law works. They're just authoritarian. They're just like, yeah, so you Turtle Boy bad, you must leave. It's like, I kind of don't have to, but I'm also on bail. And you guys can just lock me up for disorderly.
It's against policy. Look it up.
We're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr.
then.
Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated.
How ironic.
Who it's from.
That we're going to hear these text messages again. The first time we heard these text messages, Turtle Boy was up here then too.
The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24
It's gonna
a.m.
be a shit show.
From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
AJ's just fucking with
content.
him now.
That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I'm going to see
No,
counsel
that was quick.
sidebar.
That didn't last long. She's like, yeah, this is going to take all fucking day. But hey, you know, you guys wanted to do this stupid trial. So,
Right.
fuck you, Bev. Like, you know what I mean? You guys introduced this shit at the last trial. Thought that shit was cute. You know, would you rather us have Higgins read them? Like, I prefer Higgins reading them because it's funny. Because Higgins does it like he's so proud of it. Like, a pretty girl flirted with me. Like, that's he couldn't print those messages out fast enough and get them to, you know, the authorities, even though it gave him a motive for murder at the same time. Like,
right.
Or it's like Jennifer McCabe couldn't delete her shit fast enough. Higgins couldn't get it out fast enough because you just wanted the world to know, like, yeah, she wanted me for like a week.
It's totally exactly what happened. But,
you know,
like that prioritized over the whole fact that it gave him a motive for murder. Like, dude, are you serious right now? Like, and I remember, like when Higgins read that, you remember you were here on this channel. We watched that here.
Oh, was I in my car? Was that the day I was in my car with the Atlantic reporter?
Yeah. We watched that live. We were both like, oh my God, this poor bastard. Has he ever seen a vagina up close? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It was the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Pretty bad.
This guy.
Pretty bad. Just awkward. Shaped like a meatball, that guy. They're all fat fucks. You know, they ain't bringing him, dude. This is bad. This is the more I think about this. This is not good. And next week they're gonna bring on, you know, they got Paul in a suit in the court. Did you notice that?
Oh no.
Oh yeah,
In a
Paul's
suit?
suited up. Oh yeah, and Aaron's there too. That is
Any
so like
theories about why he had to move and sit somewhere else?
yeah, he was making faces at Karen Reed and intimidating her, and I think it made made the jury feel uncomfortable.
That's what I thought. So
Somebody-
the jury actually complained about it?
That's what Melanie was saying. I don't know if she has like an inside
First,
source.
we're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation
ridiculous.
now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom.
Question
Maybe
mark,
if we
question
agree
mark,
upon
question
the
mark.
color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
This is such a fucking farce.
All right.
This
I
whole
appreciate
thing.
that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
Wow.
All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little.
This shit.
I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames.
It sounds like Higgins reading it.
We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head.
There's no game. She invites him on a fucking vacation to Florida, and he's like, "Yeah, so my friend got
So
shot."
you claim.
What's wrong with this guy?
Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice.
I went to the worst school.
Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college.
I am.
Followed river rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died?
I am so not a loser.
When you were young? He died in March of 2020.
Oh, please.
I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL.
Just say differently.
No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer.
God damn,
I know you date girls
Jesus
who don't
Christ.
lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry.
Dude,
WeChat.
Every woman is chapped right now.
That all you got WeChat?
It's fucking
Sure,
terrible.
you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the
Not
best way to
locked
be.
down.
Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with
Lindsay's
W
comment.
non-couples.
Worst shit in the world, bro.
Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
No, that's not what it says.
You cranky now?
You can't even fucking read.
Haha, no.
Yeah, it's
Just
Bukkake
stop
reading
being
it,
so
Brad. Thank you,
anti-couples.
buddy.
Most couples don't even like each other.
Name a few.
Name a few.
Every woman you've ever dated.
Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
Okay, good start.
Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe.
Oh my God.
Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new look for me.
Depressing.
If I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Just say it, dude. So you want to see my dick? Like, just fucking say it.
I believe I
Get it over with.
stopped before Bob Clinton.
Please.
Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Okay. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
What? What an opener.
Bukkake's going to go to Monday, you know. This
Foul
is
ball.
not going to end today.
You
Yeah.
stink.
Yeah.
Not even close
You
to
suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me?
Oh my God,
No, I'm
dude.
serious.
Come on, man.
Feeling is mutual. Is that bad?
Feeling is mutual.
How long have you thought that? Are
wanna
you
see
okay
my dick?
driving?
That's when you
You
say
don't want
that.
to stay here? I am fine.
You should
I have
see
an
my
office
dick.
at the PD.
Yeah. Oh,
You
really?
didn't answer the question.
Interesting. Because I got a
Rather
fucking
you stay
hard on
here?
right now. Like, what are you doing, bro?
I wish.
Yeah.
I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning,
Oh my God.
do you have your own kids? I have no kids.
Too.
How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so.
Yeah, we're horny. That's what it
So
means.
why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me.
I want to.
I told you. I just think we're alike, right?
Yeah,
yes,
like we wanna
agree.
fuck. That's
Now
what
what?
you're saying there.
Right.
I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump?
When
First
my
time I
dick
saw you.
hard. Oh god.
When was
no.
that? Hillside for sure.
I need to talk to this guy.
This guy's fucking awful.
I know this is
bro.
bad.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type.
No, you're
You
not.
think you can handle me? I thought you were happy.
handle me?
How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle?
He wanted to send a dick pic there. He just chickened
What do you
out.
like about me?
You think so? Yeah.
I just feel like you're from
You
my
think you can handle
neighborhood.
me?
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah, that's his way of being
And
like,
I think
"Oh,
you're hot.
you suck. I'm going to tear you apart." That's what he meant by that. I think. I would hope.
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were
But
interested.
I would tear
Yeah,
that up.
meaning
That's
quick
what
with a
you're saying right there.
response.
Like I would
Tell me
tear
why
that
you got
ass
my
up. I
number
know that.
and reached
But I
out
know
to
you
me.
were John.
Just
so-
thought we were the same, from the
no
same
disrespect
neighborhood.
to John, but if you
Are
were
you
single,
afraid to say
would
what
tear
what
that
is
ass
on,
up.
what's in
Let's
your
just say it
mind?
there.
On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by.
Basically backing you.
I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you.
Oh, beg harder, bitch.
You don't
Maybe
have to
we'll get
beg me. Beg.
Oh my God. Yes,
Huh?
you do.
I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda.
What?
How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want?
Balls in
I
your
asked you.
what?
Nope. You initiated this.
I would see
Spit
you
it
get
out. Hey,
Spit it
we're
out.
single
You're so
and we
sexual.
don't have
What are you
kids.
doing?
We
That's
can
a
do
perfect
whatever we want.
opportunity to, like, spit it
Don't you
out
have a boyfriend?
in more ways than one.
Where are you?
Balls in
Canton.
your court.
Where?
Also
My
in
office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
Dude, just text her, come over.
I
That's
know.
it.
Do you
Just
like
come
me?
over.
Yes,
What
clearly.
you doing?
Come over to my house. When?
Oh.
When works
Oh
for
my
you?
God.
Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me.
Oh
I'm
my
glad you came over
God,
tonight.
dude.
Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't
You
know.
almost want to be
What
like,
do you want?
do you need me to fuck her for
You
you
always
so
don't.
you know
sorry,
what to
dude.
do here? Like,
You,
dude,
really? Why?
what want me to do here for you, dude?
I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps.
Jill Daniels and company.
Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question?
What?
I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out.
Who banged?
It doesn't really matter.
John
Okay.
and the
I
girl
won't ask
at
again.
the
I don't care.
Sullivan's.
It doesn't matter.
Sullivan chick.
Okay. Hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
Man. Don't you ever say game on, dude. Never, ever fucking say that shit again. Game on.
The words game and Brian Higgins do not.
Game on?
No.
You sent mixed messages. I
No
wish I
game.
stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
Jesus, bro. Why don't you pull her hair while you're at it? Like, not during
Okay.
sex. I mean, like,
do you always get what
sitting
you
behind
want?
her in class, kind of pulling her hair.
Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet.
No.
I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck.
I didn't even know that.
I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need.
Ooh.
I am okay. What do you need?
That's sexy.
What need to be content?
Kind of hot.
I mean,
What can I do
she's
to make
throwing
you
it at him.
Yeah.
I mean, she is.
Haha, don't worry.
Always get what
I've
I
always
want.
been very happy.
You want this dick?
Right.
That's
Like,
what you say, yeah.
You talking riddles.
Doing.
Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right?
Fuck.
Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay.
Oh my God.
We did kiss earlier. No?
Yeah.
I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m.
Jesus, bro.
Doesn't exist.
What do you need, Higgy? Like, do you need me to pump your dick like a Reebok?
Haha.
Like, what do you need,
Sunday,
bro?
January 16th,
Jesus,
5:53
this is
p.m.
awful.
So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
What's that? Why did you send a picture? That's the Higgins. I mean, that's the Currens. Whatever.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean?
Oh my God.
Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the
guy
fire.
has the
sipping a drink.
personality of mulch.
Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your
He has no sense of humor.
bad self? Haha. That was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha. What day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right?
Rice, bro.
Cherry in middle.
Dude.
What good does that do?
She's even calling you a pussy for that drink.
Are you in
fuck is that,
W
dude?
Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask?
Flavored whiskey.
Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself
not
from having
whiskey,
fun.
dude.
How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based
Dude,
on
why
your
don't
conduct.
you take a shit
The
and
base?
take a picture
Military
and send
base.
it to her like
I go
she's one of
through
your
the
military buddies,
Henny
bro.
fast.
You might as well.
I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it.
Nice crib, yo.
How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister.
He said, Dad.
I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old.
Oh, it's not his.
I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
Dude, even Boundless Millennial is like this.
Yeah.
I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse.
Dude, I just
not
wouldn't
sure.
have the patience for that shit. I just be like, listen, it sounds like you need to get
Oh God,
fucked.
Yeah,
Did they
exactly.
bang?
Like this is what it sounds like. It sounds
you
like
might
you
as
just
well
need to
fuck
get
through,
fucked.
yeah. Like sounds like he's doing you bad. So
Like, yeah.
we'll get a little revenge. Just
So
saying.
I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating.
What's the defense
They're
doing?
constant, and it
Seriously,
feels
though?
like lose.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. Like, what is the strategy?
You
The
clearly have a
strategy
lot
here.
of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated.
Are they just trying to wear him
Sorry
down?
for the rant. You can vent, babe.
I have no fucking clue.
Dude, this guy's like deliberately putting himself in the friend zone. As soon as I start seeing texts about these kind of problems, I'm like,
Basically, I just feel like I
abort.
spread myself too thin,
I don't wanna
and
hear that
sometimes it's
shit.
thankless.
Yeah, I don't get the point of this, but
You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost.
you know what I think's
Why
coming
do you
next?
even want to hang with me?
What?
Don't we already hang out?
Waterfall video.
I don't make excuses.
Yeah.
Work truck, personal truck.
And Higgins
What does-
isn't.
that-
Higgins could defend himself
That
with that
doesn't
video.
sound like a massive
You're not
problem.
going to put him on the stands.
I end up drinking with you at least once a
Play the
week, I'd
video.
say.
What do you witness
can
there?
We can actually mute that for a second.
Yeah, we don't even need to fucking read. It's like, so like, I think, because I'm like wondering what they're doing here. And it's clear that it's like they're trying to establish that Higgins has motive without saying that Higgins has motive. And then they're going to play the waterfall video of him yelling at John. And they're going to ask, he's not going to be there to defend himself or explain himself because they're too chicken shit to put him on the stand. So they're
Right.
Bukkake defend Higgins in this and just be like, so what do you see in this video? Like, what do you see? Or does it appear he's being held back? Did you ask when you interview Brian Higgins, did you ask him what he was doing here? I mean, I hope that's what's
Right.
That would
That's that's what it seems like. I mean, you're making perfect sense. It seems like the strategy here would be to basically show the jury what an investigation should have consisted of, but have him testify to the fact that it didn't.
Yeah, because like
And
you guys read all these messages.
why didn't it?
So this guy gave you his messages. You can see that
There's a
he's
motive.
flirting with the dead guy's girlfriend
Right.
and kind of going behind John's back and trying to bang her, but not really. And then you also have this video of the same guy who appears to be yelling at John and being held back by others. Did you talk to him? Like, what did you do to investigate him? You know, so he's at the Canton Police Department. Like we could see the Higgins phone video now at the police station. Like there's a lot of Higgins shit that could come out through this now. I think I see I hope that's where they're going. Let's just put it
Yeah. And you made a great point in the sense that they're not going to put Higgins on the stand, so that's going to look real bad on that.
And Higgins could defend himself better than Bukkake can.
Sure,
Bukkake-
Bukkake's going to be lost. He's going to be like, that's.
I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what Higgins was thinking. How am I supposed to know? Whereas Higgins could make up some bullshit about
And
like,
the whole
oh,
point of that
you
is
know?
why don't you know? Because you didn't investigate him.
Yeah.
That'll be what
I
they
hope
want to show the
that's
jury.
where they're going. Let's see how it plays out. 'Cause
Yeah.
This is painful.
It really sucks.
Kids.
Yeah.
I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time and there's ups and downs. So at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. I just it's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz.
Dude, you know how I know this fucking Higgy has like no game, like he can't fuck, probably got a tiny little dick. Dude, because he's trying to lock the woman down before he sleeps with her. Like anybody with even an ounce of self-confidence and security in their own shit is like, let's just see how things go. Let's fuck around and then we'll see how things play out. You know what I mean? She's already got a man, you know, like it's, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's trying to like get this, the secure lockdown before he even, you know, can display his lack of skills. That's so sad, dude. Like, what are you doing, guy?
Boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had.
You're missing them right now. What are you talking about, guys?
This nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved. They get attached and things get muddy.
Them at you
I don't know
right
what the
now.
answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question.
Bro.
Probably. Do you only do things with simply
no, man,
that
it'll be
simplify
awesome.
your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality.
Off the rip.
I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great.
Okay, right there is where we know that John knew
I don't
about
need drama, dude.
Higgins.
No, it's
and
fine.
Karen.
Seriously? I am serious. You legit
Very
planted
important.
one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway. Duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny.
So bizarre.
What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse
Thank you,
the
Johnny.
shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know.
Today,
I just
Junior.
like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh God. What now? Why oh God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what?
This is gonna end
The
with
things that work the hardest
When I
for
leave this
have
waterfall
meant
video.
the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too.
Yeah, she's already getting turned off.
And kicked my nuts
She's
in.
already trying
Oh my
to
God,
find
how?
her way out.
If I had more notice, I would
That's
have
it.
grabbed a
She
drink
lost her
somewhere.
patience.
So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been
Like, now or
bad for
never,
the both
bro.
of us. For
This is
starters,
it.
you
Now or
wouldn't have
never.
wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone?
Oh my God.
I've got to make my sleep count.
That's it, dude. You're done, man. She shuts you down, dude.
So doesn't everyone?
That's it.
Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly,
You're done,
which
son.
isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out.
That's it, bro. Like,
That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet.
oh God.
I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say
That's it,
/do?
dude. You're done.
I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part?
Oh God.
DC, it feels
dude.
like a Heisman,
Jesus
sugar-coated
fuck,
with a
man.
few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with zero heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, you would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through.
I love that she didn't say YOLO.
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay,
Speaks
which?
volumes.
Ask again.
Actually.
Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo.
The
Sure,
last
you could have
trial
done a
was
lot.
all about Colin being the third party culprit. This one is about Higgins. They're making like that's what they're alluding to here. Like,
And you got yourself worked up, buddy?
more believable
Yep,
because
I am. What a crime?
older
Excuse me.
people-
That a crime?
You know what I mean?
Are you annoyed?
He's got the most
Kinda.
provable
Why?
motive.
Right. Like,
Because
we don't
you
have text
there-
like this from Colin Albert.
This
or anything
offer
like
on me last minute of through. I could have made 3
Totally
round
get what they're doing here.
tips by
The
now.
next logical question is going to be: so you had all of this.
Excuse
Keep
me.
in mind,
I
this
apologize.
ends.
You
with
could have made 3 rounds.
well. That ends with that, right? So that's the perfect lead-in to the waterfall because he says well from the waterfall, and then you transition from there to the waterfall video, and you say, "Let me get this straight. You had in your possession text messages from this guy who was inside the house, who invited John over there." Who, while he was flirting and trying to sleep with his girlfriend, who was clearly upset that the girlfriend didn't text him back, you had all of this information. You had a video of him apparently yelling at John. And what steps did you take to investigate this man as a suspect? Nothing. You didn't even question him. Nothing. Did you ask Brian Higgins about these text messages? Did you ask him about the video? No, you did none of that. That's the theme of this trial. Is that the shitty investigation, not that, whereas last trial, the theme was like, here's what happened. He went in the house and then they lured him in the basement. They beat the shit out of him. And then they did this, you know what I mean? It's like, they're not even doing that now. They're just been like, look at, you didn't investigate anyone, even though all this shit was right in front of you. I hope that's what you're doing.
Yeah, it seems to be exactly what they're doing. I mean, and the gap in the text messages, like there's like I think it's like a 2-week gap where she just stopped, right? And then and then it's the well, right?
Yeah, that's how it ends. And well is at the waterfall. It's the perfect lead in the waterfall video. I hope that's what they're doing. I really that's brilliant. If that's
it's what makes this most sense. Like you had all this to investigate, and you're telling this jury that you didn't. Okay,
and it gives them. It's like it starts getting in the jury's head. Like, why aren't they having Higgins up here? And it kind of is baiting Hank. Like, you better call Higgins. Like, only Higgins can explain Higgins' mindset in that video. Bukkake can't. Bukkake can only explain what he sees. Does it appear as if he's being held back by Chris Albert there? I don't know what held back means, but it appears as if somebody is grabbing him. Okay. Who is he pointing at over there? Who's in that direction? It's unclear who he's pointing up. Do you see John O'Keefe over there? That appears to be John O'Keefe. And it's like, so he's yelling in the area of John O'Keefe. Did you ask him about that? Like, it's so perfect. I hope that's where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, it's what makes the most sense in theory, for sure. It's absolutely what makes the most sense.
Tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? I'm okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning?
Oh,
what do you want from me?
Dick.
That's just how I feel.
No,
Excuse
it
me.
was
That's
an
just how-
invitation for
that's just how I
penis,
think
you
I
idiot.
feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said
Yeah.
we are all a lot alike.
Unless you didn't have a boyfriend anymore.
Because we are.
What do you
Yeah,
have to
life
do?
never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me?
Seems like if
Yes,
the
that's
boyfriend
true.
wasn't in the picture, it would make things less complicated, wouldn't it, Aiden?
It absolutely would. Absolutely would.
Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested?
Wow, dude.
Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it?
God.
My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down.
Jesus,
if you're
man.
not confident you should be.
She would have been
in my
burned the
mind,
fuck
anyways.
down 4 times
The first
already.
two,
Like,
but I don't
what
care
is this
too
guy
much
doing?
about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay.
Dude, he's
You
just
don't
a
agree with
born
me?
cuck.
You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt.
Wow.
Love it there. Do you wear belts?
What?
Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink.
Can't get enough of that.
You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape.
That's my favorite.
I have a great spot for
You wear
dinner and
belts.
drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
Or there's probably girls there that aren't with your friend.
At a bar?
That you could buy a drink.
I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless.
What?
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address?
Bro.
Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around?
Oh, wow.
Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to.
Dude.
Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this.
What?
Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would Daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either.
Oh my
I don't
God,
either place,
dude.
So wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. And then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot.
Shit ever.
Sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend.
That's Tom Brady's head on
Have
Antonio
not heard
Brown's
from you.
body. That's the Jets. He quit on his team like halfway up.
I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
So interesting that he doesn't respond when she said John died.
Like to see council just a
He just
second about
ghosts.
scheduling, please.
He goes cold.
Goodbye.
All right, so now we got lunch. Yeah, interesting. I've always found that interesting that as soon as the texts go cold when she says John died that next morning, he never answers her.
No, he doesn't respond. He's like, yeah, I know he did. I was there.
Right.
I moved his body out there. I'm pretty familiar with it. So, you know.
Yeah, like no, he was all about being her friend and listening to all their problems until the most horrible problem that you could imagine arises, which is him dying, and he's not there now. Interesting. Okay.
How did it end? Did it end with that? Oh, John died. Okay, so the unwell was shown, and yep, there you go.
John died. Now it's lunch. So, but I'm pretty sure I'm with you. I think it's going to be the waterfall video next.
Where, that's where he was when she texted that video. It's like, and you didn't ask him, and that's the theme here is you didn't even talk to this dude. Like, you're an investigator who had these text messages from a guy establishing motive, and then there's a video of him yelling at the victim minutes before he claimed he died, and he also texted him and like invited him over the house, like, and you didn't question him or treat him as a suspect, and he happens to have like an office at the Canton Police Department, and we're supposed to trust you guys that you did an investigation. Like, yeah, I mean, this is going to be an acquittal quick. I'm telling you, this is not going to be like, a lot of people are worried about this trial and this and that. You don't got to worry about it. This is much better. This is exactly what we said it should be from the defense this time around. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to the naysayers. This is going to be an acquittal very quickly. Karen Reed's going to be free in like 6 weeks, probably. You know, tops 6-7 weeks. This whole thing's over, and then we're gonna have a great fucking summer.
I said before, and I stand by it. If this ends in anything other than an acquittal, the jury's tampered with. Because I mean, that's a fair assessment as far as I suspect that the jury was fucked with in the last trial, considering, you know, Fanning was in charge of it. Get out of my face with that. That didn't have any bearing on what happened in there. It's just a coincidence that they were considered distractors. Everything that was reasonable doubt was told to dismiss as distractors. Come on.
Why don't you come in?
What's happening here?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just leaving for lunch now.
I see people saying like these witnesses act like they have it in the bag, and that's the only thing that concerns me. Too confident. They're confident because they're not going down. Like, they're confident. They don't really give a shit. I mean, it'd be nice. They obviously want Karen Reed to go down because they're evil, but more than anything, they just don't want to go down. And it appears as if they're not going to go down. You know, I mean, I feel like they would have done something by now, the FBI, if they actually were going to go down. So, you know, they don't really give a shit. I don't think they care that much if Karen Reed's convicted. They would like her to be convicted because they hate her personally, and Karen Reed fucked with their lives by telling the truth about what actually happened. But at the end of the day, it beats going to jail. If you're them, like Michael Proctor's, a lot of people ask, like, why isn't Michael Proctor flipping on everyone? Because that would require him to admit to the FBI that he flubbed this investigation intentionally. And even though he'd be turning other people in, he'd also be incriminating himself. And so, honestly, he's in a better position now where he's just like unemployed, but not in jail.
And he's already served this purpose. Like, he fell on his sword, and they think that's enough. You know?
People are saying, well, why, like, if you're Proctor and you're the only one that's gone down for this, you know, why isn't he turning on them? It's like, because he's happy he's not in jail.
Right.
He's like, this is better. Sure. Yeah, I'm unemployed, but at least I'm not in jail. You know, like, it's better than that. You know, like, you get some shady PI to hire you or some shit like that. Like, whatever, he'll figure. You're not going to make as much as you did as a trooper, but you know, this is America. Anyone can. If you can't, you know, what was it, From The Departed? Like, this is America. If you can't make more money, then you're a fucking idiot.
You're a douchebag.
Go make more, you're a fucking douchebag. Go make more money. It's America. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So.
dude. So, now that I got you here, I gotta address something.
Oh boy.
I gotta get your opinion on this.
Okay.
Just take a second for me to pull it up. All right.
Oh, the shoe. You're gonna bring the shoe up, aren't you?
Dude, it's not the same shoe, dude. Thank you, Evil Monkey.
I blame you for this. I have my inbox is just filled with every day now. I have a million emails of people asking about the shoe, and it's all your fault. Fucking email about the shoe, and it's
You're
your
welcome.
fault for sharing this. And everyone's like, "Oh my god, did you see the shoe? Did you see the shoe?" And I just delete. Oh my god, dude, stop messaging me about the goddamn shoe. I don't care about the shoe. right? The key thing about the shoe is it wasn't there when Paul Gallagher looked for it. Like it's like that was. I don't care what color the bottom of the sole was. There was no shoe there when Paul Gallagher looked for it. Period.
This is all me, bro, and I don't even give a fuck if the defense brings it up or not. I just know that that's not a goddamn shadow, and that's fucking. It doesn't,
Who cares?
dude.
Suppose they painted it on. Who cares? What does it matter?
I just need you to acknowledge that it's not a shadow, bro.
I don't know if it's. I don't know what it is. I just don't care. I don't think it's a shadow. I find that hard to believe that's a shadow.
All right,
It could be
that's
like
good
one of
enough
those,
for
like,
me.
no,
That's
but it
good
could
enough
be
for
one of
me.
those like blue dress, gold dress things. Remember that in 2014? Is the dress blue and gold, or you guys know what I'm talking about? Help me out in the chat.
No
It was
idea
the
what
white
you're
and gold
talking
dress or the black and blue dress.
Dude, that is just a fucking black soled shoe with snow on it, dude. That is plain as day. Look at it. You can even see the pattern. You can even see the pattern of the bottom of the shoe because the snow is accumulating in the grooves of the pattern of the bottom of the shoe. Look, it's a circular pattern.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. Because color can it's like a science. Hold on. Present, share screen. You don't remember that phenomenon in 2014 with the black and blue dress that it was like viral for like 24 hours, but everyone.
I must have missed it.
Hold on, I'll bring it up right now.
Or I'm just forgetting. Yeah, if you could bring it up
in the thing.
All right, I got it. Hold on, let me get rid of this.
Remember this phenomenon about what color dress do you see? Half the world, when they're right next to each other, you can't tell. So.
Thank you, Becky.
I see the original one. I'll show you this original one, and you tell me what color. I'm going to take that one down. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'll show you one picture of it. Right, and you tell me what color you see in this dress, because the world, this was like I can't believe you remember this. This was like the wildest shit for 24 hours one day.
It's
like, what color do you see there?
I see blue. I see blue and black.
Yo, I see white and gold.
Really?
Yeah. I bet you the chat is split 50-50 on this too.
Okay. Now, that's real fascinating, but you're pulling a fucking Hank Brennan because that's got nothing to do with the fact that this is a black soled shoe with white snow accumulating all over it, dude. It is not even a phenomenon. It's not a shadow. It is a picture of the obvious.
Could be what you're seeing. Like I'm telling you, half the audience right now is seeing black and blue, and half the audience right now is seeing white and gold. They are. You see black and blue. I see white and gold. I actually used to see black and blue. Now I see this as white and gold.
That doesn't apply to a black and white where the only colors are black and white, dude. You know what I'm saying?
That's my point here is I don't know how it works, but your eyes in science can fuck with your eyes, I guess, and make you see colors. I don't know how it works. I just don't care. Also, I don't really give a shit what color the shoe sole is. It doesn't matter. You have these all queued up, right? I just don't care.
Okay, fine. I'll take it. And I'll take you saying that it looks like a black sole to you. I'll take that. That's all. It's for my own shit.
It looks like a black
sole. My own
sole.
shit. It's absolutely my own fucking.
It's kind of weird, but I just don't care.
I've been yelling about this shit for a year, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. It's just I don't care because it's it's the big thing. It's a distractor because the big thing is they didn't find it there. It wasn't there at 7:00, and then it was there at 7:00 p.m. or whatever. Then when the mystery men showed up with the CERT team,
and it doesn't match the shoes that were pulled out in court in the. But I'm saying this, it's just, to me, it's just more evidence that there's nefarious shit going on here. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely screwy for sure. Yeah.
Right.
Can't believe you don't remember the black and blue dress.
I missed all that, I guess.
That was
I don't
crazy.
know.
It was like a 24-hour thing. Everyone was talking about it. It was like everybody's like, I was fucked up seeing them. Like, that dress is black and blue, and everyone's like, oh, it's white and gold. I'm like, what the fuck? It was like everyone was talking about it for like 24 hours. But anyway, the old days, simpler times.
But I think that does happen, like for sure. I just don't think that it applies with the shoe, but I think that absolutely does happen where you have these different fucking perspectives. Like I like when I was a kid, I think the first time I noticed something like that was when I first learned how to draw like a 3-dimensional cube, a transparent 3-dimensional cube. You know how you do that?
You do one and then the other, and then you connect them like that.
Right. And then if I would blink my eyes a certain amount of times, and I had no control over it, but I would blink my eyes a certain amount of times, and it would look like the cube was facing upwards. And then there were other times where it looked like it was facing downwards, but it was drawn the same. It was the same drawing every time. It was just if I blinked my eyes, I would change the perspective of the angle of how it looked. It's just cool shit like that would happen, like with your vision, like you're talking about with the dress.
Can we stream Plevin for a minute? Can we just laugh?
Let's do it.
It's not on there. I think he's like pretending to be dying. Like he was on Twitter yesterday.
Let's see.
But my new Plevin is Boundless Millennial, who is just fucking
awful. Yeah.
Oh my god. Like he is. I could laugh at him all day. He's like a DePetro for me.
I think he took a break because there's no sound.
No, it's on Yellow Cottage. Krusty is on there with her, like that guy.
I got it pulled up. I got it pulled up live right here. Hold on a second. He's just nobody's on there talking. It's not muted. Now it's muted. Now it's not.
Am I behind? Let me just refresh it.
We can just
go back.
Yeah, let's just go back. Let's
go back like 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's like strange that the defense is bringing this. I mean, they're going to say that they should have investigated him, I'm sure.
For what? Being a nerd being annoyed by a thirsty nerd? Like, is that a crime?
Dude. Like, why aren't they investigating him, dude? Conspiracy.
Yeah.
You guys are like so stupid. Wow. It's a conspiracy. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Okay, I know this is Kate's favorite word too. Did Alan Jackson just flip? Right? Did he make a deal like, okay, I don't want to get canned, and maybe
what are they even fucking talking about right
It's
now?
like their own little brand of humor that they think is funny or some shit. I don't know.
They're going to focus on casting all the suspicion on Higgins now. I just think that that's where it's going. Like they're going to be like, he was in Sallyport.
Well, you would guess correct.
Yeah, nothing gets by you. Nothing gets by you, boy.
This guy's a fucking brilliant.
That's going to be enough.
Man.
But you got to make you got to sell the fantasy that that white bread Klingon barnacle woman inspired that dude to murder.
Yeah, or
with those texts.
I don't even think he was.
Dude. The key is they didn't even question him. That's all they have to point out. Is you guys didn't even question him. You don't even have to think that Brian Higgins was the killer. You just have to point out that other leads were not investigated, which in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Period.
Right. That a jury in real life, dude, is going to look for more than someone being a barnacle woman in their eyes. They need proof. You know what I mean? Like this guy is clearly pissed off in those text messages that she stopped responding to him.
At the end, he's frustrated.
That night.
You know, and John and her are all over each other at the bar. That's not a motive to murder.
He's drunk.
But he's mad. Like people get mad sometimes. That doesn't mean he intended to kill him, but he got mad. Doesn't matter. We don't have to fill in the blanks from there. He had motive, period. It wasn't investigated. End of story.
Right. This is going to happen. And then later on, in a couple of weeks, the defense is going to start presenting their case, and then the ARCA experts are going to testify, and that's going to be it.
Yep.
That's going to be it. Like there's nothing. There's no way a jury is going to convict her. They're just not.
Play some more. This is fun. I enjoy this way too much.
I mean,
draining.
If you look at her text, the ones where she's like going on and on and on the most is about the kids. And so I feel like it's just such a weird thing. Like, why date someone with kids then?
Exactly.
Like, they're not going away. If you hate
if
kids,
that's how you
much,
are, exactly.
Get out.
Yeah, you're not doing that guy's life any justice, not
music?
doing any favors.
Two
And
guys-
you're getting involved in like a
Two guys who
motherly
have
role with children.
Two guys who have never had sex with a woman are debating why about this heterosexual relationship. It's like two guys. It's like, this is peak cringe. And first of all, the messages show that Karen actually really liked the kids and they really liked her a lot. And that was actually the cause of contention, because John was like, they like you more than me because you spoil them. Like, that was the issue with the kids. Not like I hate the kids, but like the kids made, like, having the kids around, because they gravitated towards me, that made John jealous and it affected our relationship. It's like, are you kidding me?
These people are retarded.
Play some more. This is too good. This is
Children that you don't want to be around. You think that's good for kids? Like, just no, go away.
You're on a panel with
Leave
Kate
them
Bader
alone.
talking about what's good for kids.
Like, selfish again, right? We're seeing how selfish she is.
Right.
She's just, and
Oh my
you
God.
notice
Right,
when she
right.
talks about other people, she calls it the so-and-so show. It's the Carrie
Oh,
show.
yeah.
It's the Curran show. That's projecting, like, come on, right? Like, she's so selfish. She's like, oh yeah, everybody else, it's all about them. No, Karen, it's all about you. You
Talk a lot of
Just that fucking Benzo Bob guy.
Yeah, dude. I just did some mushrooms in my room. And it's like really dark in here or whatever, bro. But like, anyone want to do some gaming later? Yeah. Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna jerk off into a sock.
Oh
a lot
yeah.
of shit about Carrie on that too. Carrie always talks about herself. Blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah. Carrie, air quotes, talks about herself. Sure. But Karen, no. Yeah, she is her biggest fan. Karen is her own biggest fan. This is ridiculous. Dude.
She's basically trying to use Higgins as a therapist and a meat rocket at the same time. And, it doesn't make any sense.
A meat
rocket.
Rocket having therapist, exactly, right?
He even tried to imply that she and John had an open relationship too. Like, that's like when Higgins, like,
No,
I don't,
she
like,
didn't. No, she didn't. She just simply said, none of us are married.
Right.
That's
So-
all she said. Nobody's married, bro.
Yeah, like I can end this whenever I want and fuck
Right.
you or whatever. And it's like this, it's basically, it's not complicated to end this, whereas being married is very complicated to end things.
That in no way, in its general terms, narrows down to we're fucking swingers and into shit. You know, like, what are you talking about?
like, you don't feel bad about this, and they, like, you know, kind of saying like, maybe we shouldn't do this. She's like, it's fine. He's probably seeing other people too. Well, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't want to know, and neither would he. He likes you though. Like, I mean,
Yeah, that was weird, dude.
Yeah,
poor Bob. No, not poor Bob doesn't have to leave town because we got to consider the source. Who said Bob had some shitty breath?
I think
Apparently,
it was
no
Higgins.
pooper
It was
Reed.
Higgins.
So I'm sure
Didn't like
Bob's
him.
just fine. I'm sure Bob's cool.
yeah, no disrespect, Bob.
I mean, now I'm thinking like this
Let's see what this mystery's all about.
This is where like the swinger rumor came from. Probably they were trying to get ahead of this, and they're like, "Oh, they're all swingers. I'll do this. Everyone in
Dude.
Canada does
It's
this.
like-
it's not just Karen."
Oh, listen,
Trace the signal.
But like Karen's making it out like
imagine listening to these people and like enjoying their content and what they're having
Dude.
to say. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because like some old school, like people that I know from back in the day, like I'll see pop up in Plevin's chat, and I'll be like, "Yeah, that tracks," because they
Yeah,
were
that's-
assholes then too. You know what I mean? Like,
that tracks.
like it makes perfect sense that they would follow.
Balanced millennial voice, dude. I thought he was doing an act. I thought it was like he was doing this whole. Like, I thought it was a thing. He's like, I play this really annoying, flamboyantly horribly flamboyant gay man who is just really obnoxious. I thought it was an act, but it's
with
like,
a speech impediment,
yeah,
right?
it's like, with like a lisp and like. It's like, oh no, this is like who he actually really is. Oh, dear God.
No, I really do talk like I have a dick in my mouth all the time.
Oh, but I can make room for more.
Like, she's not jealous, but then we know that she freaked out being jealous. So it's like she's like, it's all about the
Yeah.
kids. Like that's what aggravates me the most is like he's trying to stick me with them. Like she hated those kids. Like why be
Yeah.
in that relationship?
Yeah.
And I mean, it might be a small detail, but like if Karen's trying to, paint the picture that like they were in an open relationship or whatever, like I don't know about you guys, but does this make sense?
Like this is all they do is just like spin lies out of like bullshit. Like it's so crazy. It's like they take something out of something that wasn't a thing and then make it into something that's even more not a thing. It's the craziest shit I've ever
Never try to explain how John O'Keefe was hit by a car.
Never.
Can you guys talk? That's what I'd be talking about with them is like here's how John got hit by a car. Here's my theory. At least Plevin gave it a shot. He's the only one, to his credit, that gave it a shot. Didn't work out very well. It was better than Trooper Paul's, I suppose.
God, that was. They never ever. It's just the whole. Let's make up reasons to hate Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. But that's it.
That's it.
That's all it is all the time. Never like, let's break down what happened. But like, yeah, like you said, to Plevin's credit, he at least attempts to bullshit his way around it,
Like Balance Millennial used to, in his early TikToks, he was like that true crime and wine lady. Like he was free Karen Reed for like the first month. And then he changed. And like overnight, like snapped, like all of a sudden, like actually Karen's like wicked guilty. Oh my God, did she do this? Like, oh my God, Karen, like that. I'm like, where did this come from? And as it turns out, there's this thing. If you look at it, it's called Turtle Boycott. It was like a change.org petition started like 7 or 8 years ago to like stop me or something, take me off the internet. I don't even fucking know. And I like went through it one day and I read all the people who signed it. And there's Matt Doherty on there with his picture. His name is Matt Doherty. And he signed the Turtle Boycott like 6 years ago. And I'm like, oh, this guy's hated me for years. And so he must have realized early on, like, oh, I don't want to be on the same side as Turtle Boy. So actually, Karen's guilty.
That's like everyone's MO. It's so funny. And they don't, and then they like deny it, like, it's the one thing that they all have in common.
Yep.
And like they all act like no, it's not.
No, I independently feel this way. I came to this. I just like Jen McCabe. She seems really sweet. Right.
Dude. Yeah. It's
swingers being jealous.
Oh my God.
How long is that swinger relationship gonna last?
Sick of the swinger.
Like are swingers known to be jealous? Probably not.
But she also said we don't like hanging out with couples. We like hanging out with single men. So it's like, does she just not get along with women?
Got weird fast.
Yeah,
that's not swingers. Then that's just she's a hoe.
There
she
you go.
John drunk and then bang his friends while he's passed out on the couch.
Yep.
Like it's so creepy.
Who listens to this shit? Like
it's just so pure. It's pure trash. Like there's nothing of substance at all.
Nothing.
Like,
nothing funny. Nothing interesting. No,
it's the kind of content you feel like you need a shower after fucking listening to after a while because it's just nothing but
like even if I believed Karen Reed was guilty, I would still be bored by this content. I'd be like, why am I listening to this cartoon character and this weird fat guy in a room and something called Krusty Panties make good kind of like lame jokes about this and like laugh amongst each other. Right. Oh my God. Yeah. Like conspiracy. Oh my God. Everyone's so stupid except for us. We're so smart. Like,
there's like, no insight.
There's no
all.
There's nothing
to the case.
Right. Like you said, insight. Like that's why people listen to us. Cause like we have interesting takes on this stuff and whatever, like, whereas like if others like did what we were doing and did the Karen Reed stuff and didn't offer like interesting insight or commentary, people wouldn't listen to them. Whereas this, it's like you guys don't say anything interesting at all, like in the least. You're predictable, like you know exactly what you're gonna say, And oh, everyone's so stupid except for us. Ho, 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 ho. That's the theme. It's like, this is why they have no listeners. This is why they have no viewers. You know, this is why nobody listens to their shit.
It's exactly why. Like, I mean, dude, you could. I'm living proof. You could be a 10-year-old on here and still fucking be insightful and still know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, why can't you at least? Because it's the same reason Brennan has no case, because all of the facts dictate that Karen Reed is innocent. So you inevitably sound like an asshole talking and spinning a narrative that she's guilty, when, especially because the reason why you're not providing any insight to this narrative is because there is no insight to feed this narrative. It doesn't exist.
Right.
What are you going to access? There's nothing to access. So you have no choice but to just sit there and spew out garbage out of your mouth about things that nobody of any brain capacity is going to find any interest in.
Right. Well, anyway, I'm going to go. That's when I usually get my exercise in. Go for a quick jog and get ready for more Bukkake, man. Maybe I'll jump on later. So you going to keep the stream on, or?
Yeah. I'll be on until the end of court today.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll jump back on. Thanks, brother. Talk soon.
Yeah, man. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it, man. Aiden Carney, everybody, aka Turtle Boy. Yeah, always a pleasure to have him on. We always have fun. How great is it that we just can't? It comes full circle. It comes full circle to have to deal with those texts on this stream with Aiden. I don't know why. It always happens that way. I have to actually I have to go get Clubber outside because he must be going crazy. He's not down here with me. I felt bad for Drago, and so I was like, you got to stay up here with Drago today, dude. But I'll probably bring him down this time. I don't know. But let's I'm just gonna kind of leave you guys with the fan or Law and Crime or whatever. Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. Thanks, guys. Drago stays upstairs. I guess I could get like a kitty litter down here, but he's a lot, man. And he gets he gets very distracting. Clubber doesn't distract me much at all. So yeah, Clubber for the most part just lays here and just chills. But yeah, if you guys, I mean, the thing is, if you guys want to see Drago, the way to do that is to follow me on Instagram. And here, I'll drop the link here. So you guys can follow me on Instagram. If you want to see Drago pics. Because I do post them. I kind of go crazy with them sometimes. What's up, baby boy? We still got plenty of time before court starts again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to find Vinny stuff to watch. Because that's just a great way to kill time.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation, the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. John was found in the snow as a blizzard was hitting Canton, Massachusetts, and the scene was chaotic and confusing. Here's the story. In the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was discovered unresponsive in the snow outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. His girlfriend, Karen Reed, along with Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts, found him after a night of concern over his whereabouts. Karen Reed, visibly distressed, attempted CPR and was allegedly heard repeatedly asking, "Did I hit him?" First responders, including EMT Katie McLaughlin, arrived shortly after and testified to hearing Karen Reed say, "I hit him," multiple times. The scene was chaotic, with fresh snow complicating the preservation of evidence. John O'Keefe was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. A medical examiner later reported abrasions on his right arm, facial lacerations, and skull fractures, with hypothermia as a contributing factor. The circumstances of his death have led to 2 trials for Karen Reed, who's been accused of running over John O'Keefe and has been charged with his murder. So during the program this hour, really going to zoom in on those first moments in the morning when John O'Keefe's body has been discovered. We're going to take a look at the people who were responding and exactly what was going on in those early moments before the investigation really began. Let's start by taking a look at the dash cam arrival of the first responder to respond. And as we take a look at this, it gives you some idea of what is going on at the scene. The emergency vehicle pulls up. It's behind the other vehicle that the three women were in, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts. And we can see various people coming in and out and moving around. The audio really doesn't exist here. There's some faint audio in some portions of it, but nothing that really tells the story. But we do have this video. So again, focusing on these first moments of the response to John O'Keefe being found on the front yard of 34 Fairview brings us to the first question in our investigation. Who were the first responders to the scene? Because we know a lot of first responders showed up. We know a lot of people end up on that front yard during the course of the morning and into the day. But who were the first responders to the scene? Here to help us unpack all of this, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas and forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan. He is also the host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, and of course does incredible work at Jacksonville State University. Great to have you here. Okay, Cody, what do we know about when these first, I keep calling them the first responders, because I really want to zero in on those beginning moments of all of this.
Well, Vinny, we do know there were 4 critical first responders who initially arrived to the scene. Now, all 4 of them testified during the first trial in 2024, and only so far 2 of them have testified in the current retrial. Now, let's start off with who got there absolutely first, the car with that dash cam. That is Canton Police Officer Stephen Seraph. Now, that's his dash cam that we've seen throughout the first trial and throughout this retrial, showing the frantic behavior of Reed, Kerry Roberts, and Jennifer.
You know, I hate to be that guy, man. I really hate to be that guy, but this is the kind of shit that I wanted Court TV to do a year ago, because we knew of all this stuff a year ago. All of this stuff was very public a year ago. Why not get this kind of coverage then is my issue.
McCabe. Now, he gets to the scene at around 6:10 a.m. and he says he saw what looked like Reed trying to give John O'Keefe CPR, but he also noted that Reed looked...
Because for the record, I'm loving this. I'm absolutely fucking loving it. This is what I want. This is what I've been wanting.
Visibly upset. Now, Vinny, second, third, and fourth, these are all EMTs and firefighters and emergency personnel. We have Katie McLaughlin, who has testified in the first trial and now this current retrial. She's a firefighter and EMT. We have Timothy Nuttall, who's a paramedic, who has also testified in both trials. And also fourth, Anthony Flamati. He's a firefighter and was the lead paramedic that night as well. And all 3 of these people arrive at roughly the same time, within a minute or so of each other, because they're all essentially responding to the same emergency dispatch. Now, they all arrive around 6:12-ish, about 2-3 minutes after Officer Seraph arrives. Now, Nuttall and Flamati initially go straight over to O'Keefe's body near that infamous flagpole and start working the scene as they see fit. McLaughlin brings out a gurney with others from her team, and then she begins taking in information from Reed, Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, date of birth, things of that nature. But Vinny, the common denominator between all of these people, all of them say that they saw Reed as clearly frantic, clearly visibly upset. So those are the 4 critical players, those first responders, as you say.
So you've got those 4, obviously the first people there, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts, but I want to focus on these first responders. Joseph Scott Morgan, when we're looking at this video and the scene, it's so different than looking at an investigation. And we're going to talk about the investigation and what the alleged crime scene is telling us in the next segment. But right now, when you think about what's on the minds of the first responders as they show up, their focus is very different than the folks who are going to come afterwards.
Yeah, it is. It's not about forensic science at this point. It's not about crime scene processing. It's about saving a life. That's their whole goal. And God bless first responders, right? So when they roll up, what they're trying to do is assess the status of the patient at this point in time. They're trying to evacuate this individual from the scene to a hospital where they can be treated. Now, this one EMT that begins to kind of question Reed at the scene, her purpose is when she identifies her and any of the other principals that might have been out there, they're just trying to understand what happened, because this feeds back in to whatever treatment course they're going to take. Because understand, when these guys leave the firehouse and they roll out, they don't know what they're rolling up to. They're rolling in there and they know that they've got somebody that's unresponsive in the snow, which complicates matters. And they want to do a general overall assessment, get them on the gurney, get them back in the truck, and get them to the hospital.
And the difficulty here is it's not clear that morning how exactly he ended up on the front yard. And arguably, for everyone watching the trial and for the first jury who listened to all the evidence, it wasn't exactly clear how he ended up on that front yard. How important do you think that would be, Joseph Scott Morgan, for the folks who are trying to treat him and look for injuries and try to figure out what needs to be treated? How important is that information, which arguably at this point still isn't definitively been determined?
Yeah, well, the most important thing is to get the information from the reporter who, and when I say reporter, I'm not talking about news reporter. We refer to the reporters at scenes as the individuals that are either the finder or the person that's trying to render aid at any particular time. You know, have them respond to you, because one of the big questions is that they would ask is, at any point in time during this moment when you have discovered Mr. O'Keefe's body, was he ever responsive? Was his chest rising and falling? Did he react to pain? Was he moaning? Did he say anything? So that's kind of at a very elemental level. Now, they might be questioning, you know, what happened? Do you know if he had been drinking tonight? Do you know if he had maybe been struck by a car? Do you know if there was anybody that was there that may have attacked him? And I think the biggest question is, what the hell is he doing at this house? You know, why is the house the center of all of this? Because again, the first responders, they don't know this. They're coming into this cold, Vinny.
Yeah, and Cody, the other thing that we've learned through this, and when you look at these first responders, and the defense is making a big deal about this, is that there's a fellow Boston police officer who could be a first responder as well, that lives in that home that didn't come out. So you add that to the fact, and people are wondering what exactly happened here. Would that person have any information? But the first responders wouldn't be able to get any information from him because he's not outside.
Absolutely, Vinny. And as I said, some of them have testified in both trials, and none of these first responders have said anything about anyone coming out of the house. In fact, they say no one came out of the house who was in there. So again, you know, we know that some Boston police officers lived at that house. They kind of have a moral obligation to come out and check and see if everything's okay. But those first responders were not able to get any of that information.
Joseph Scott Morgan, we know he was declared dead when they brought him back to the hospital. For first responders, that's not part of their job, is it, to make those sort of declarations? But can they make that sort of assessment?
Yeah, they can. And when they roll up to the ER, you know, who they're met by at the ramp, you know, when they're offloading and coming in, and you see this portrayed in a multitude of television programs.
Well, The Pit, everybody's watching The Pit right now. I'm watching The Pit.
Yeah, and
that's a great
you've got
example.
this communication that's rather fevered that's going on at this moment in time. And that's actually a pretty accurate portrayal. They're throwing information back and forth. Essentially, the first responders have seen what was out there. They brought this individual in. And again, you have to think about the medical personnel at the ER. They're responding just the way that the ER, that the first responders responded. What is this? Why is he here? Now, they would have talked to them over the radio on the way in. They may have even had an EKG hooked up. You never know, because in that information can be transferred from the truck to the emergency room. They'd be running a strip, that sort of thing. But when you're thinking about this, they're blind as well. So they're trying to glean this information, because here's what's key. They have to understand, can we run a code on this guy? That means, can we start the process of trying to resuscitate him by pushing drugs, by using an ambu bag, by doing cardiac shock, anything that we can do to bring him back from the brink. And unfortunately, it was too late.
Okay, here's the good news. Cody's going to join us a little bit later in the program. Joseph Scott Morgan is going to stay with us because we're going to tap his brain coming up next. And we're going to ask the question, what story does the death scene tell?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered.
Is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Reed was raped!
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Spends time on a public hearing of an episode that the defendant suggests that Mr. O'Keefe took her vodka soda glass out of her car. Now, that is the first time we've had any statements from Miss Reed suggesting that. And also, there was another statement regarding a claim that Miss Reed pulled glass from John O'Keefe's face.
Part of the new evidence in the retrial of Karen Reed, and prosecutors seizing upon statements made by Karen Reed in media interviews, and they're saying he's going to use them and will be using them against Karen Reed, including evidence from the scene when Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe first get there, that she's pulling glass from John O'Keefe's face. Speaking of Kerry Roberts, I want you to take a listen to her testimony and what she observed when they came upon John O'Keefe in the snow on the front yard.
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine. But his right eye looked like it was huge. His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, but now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing.
And why isn't anybody talking about that? Shouldn't we be talking about the fact that the Commonwealth's theory this entire time has been that the two black eyes that John O'Keefe suffered were a result of the impact to the back of his head, to the damage done to his brain. The hemorrhaging that took place is common to cause black eyes, right? Isn't that what their whole thing was? And now they've had two people so far, at least two people, this trial testify for the Commonwealth that his right eye was swelled up. I mean, the car couldn't have struck him in his eye and his elbow if there's no damage caused from it hitting his eye. Makes no sense. I'm saying the Commonwealth said that was what happened. They drove that shit home the last trial, and now it's like, what? Why is at least two of the Commonwealth's witnesses claiming that when they saw John, one eye was more swollen than the other? That indicates that he was hit in the eye, does it not?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket. So I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
So this information and the rest of the information that is coming in from the first responders and the folks who were there at the scene initially brings us to the next question in our investigation. What story does the death scene tell? Let's bring back Joe.
So now Court TV's just using Microdot's footage. I love it.
Joseph Scott Morgan, death investigator. Okay. Let me start here with what we just heard from Kerry Roberts. Her description of what she saw. What does that tell you? What questions does it bring to mind to you as an investigator?
Well, it doesn't necessarily bring a question to mind, but it's something that draws my attention relative to the element of time. Because keep in mind, what they're talking about is coverage with snowfall. And again, they keep mentioning, the term a nor'easter, that this really robust storm had rolled through there. And so when you've got coverage and by her own admission, what she has said, that the face is covered, the legs are covered, so they're having to clear all of this off. So as we know, there's an element of time that is involved here. For me as an investigator, one of my biggest worries is that you're going to lose certain elements of evidence that are there, things that are very tiny, things that are very fragile, where let's just say if we have a death that occurs on a warm summer night, even if it's outdoors like that, you're not going to have to fight the fight of having to deal with layering of snow over the surface. And also it's not just the surface of the body, but it's the surrounding area. And when we get off into the testimony that was provided by the one Canton officer talking about using a snowblower, to kind of clear away, that newly formed snow or the newly fallen snow, as opposed to that layer of packed snow below it, that adds another problematic area in here as far as evidence recovery is concerned, Ben.
Yeah, and you talk about the snow that day. they say, because a meteorologist testified in court and said by the morning about 3 to 4 inches of snow. But as the investigation is continuing, the nor'easter is continuing, they end up with 2 feet of snow by the end of that day.
One of the telling things in the earlier segment, we saw, the EMTs there and you've got the dash cam. I'm a Southern boy, but I got to tell you, I was impressed by the volume of snow that was coming down at that moment in time, that you can actually capture there. You can see it kind of whistling about. And that just adds another layer to this as far as complicating the circumstances, Ben.
And how much does it complicate circumstances where you have a victim who, when the first responders get there, they are attempting life-saving procedures. They are removing him as quickly as possible from the scene where we now know he died. So how much does that impact the investigation and impact trying to piece together what happened here?
Well, let's take the first part. First off, the biggest thing, when you go back and you work the scene, you're working a scene without a body. So you lose all context completely. Anything that they had done in their life-saving measures, and again, that's their job, understand that. When they remove him, they're also taking away the biggest piece of evidence you have, not being disrespectful, but John O'Keefe's body is a central focal point of evidence at this point in time. Now, I find it very interesting. I have all along with this case, and it's kind of maybe it's rather simplistic, but to understand that the ME eventually rules his death as not just blunt force trauma to the head, Vin, but she rules the cause of death, the contributing factor, as hypothermia, which means both of these events occurred at that location. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't have been brought from another location to be deposited there, but if in fact he died right there by that head strike, it wasn't an immediate death then. Okay, because they're seeing manifestations of hypothermia relative to this. I'd be very interested, I think for me personally, most of the time when you roll someone into an emergency room, many times they'll try to assess a core body temperature on somebody, particularly up in the northern regions like this, just to try to understand, I'm talking about the medical folks, try to understand what they're doing, because there's a whole procedure you have to go through to bring somebody back from the brink relative to hypothermia. So hypothermia is a contributing factor along with this blunt force trauma to the back of his head. Remember, she mentioned that when she put that blanket or the towels or whatever it was, I think blankets, she noticed that there was blood beneath him. As it turns out, there's a copious amount of blood because it's issuing from this insult to the back of his head.
Now, we also heard testimony from the meteorologist talking about the soil was frozen that night. What are your thoughts about the potential impact of the head on the soil? Could that do it?
Yeah, it could. And it all depends on how long it has, the robustness, let's say, of the freezing that has gone on. Any of us that have been in a frozen environment, even if you're not on asphalt or concrete, because you're a northern guy, that underlying strata that you're talking about becomes hard as concrete. So when you're, knocked back perhaps by a vehicle or whatever the case might be, if you impact the underlying surface, that's almost going to be just as dangerous as striking, say, the paved area on a driveway, Ben.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator. Body Bags is the podcast. Always great to have your insight. We've been trying to get you. We finally landed you tonight, so we do appreciate it. I know you're very, very busy.
Thanks.
Okay, up next, which first responders heard a confession?
None of them did, bro.
I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The words and actions of Karen Reed at the scene when John's body was discovered are a big part of the prosecution's case. Did she confess? Was she frantic? Here's the story. On January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in the snow outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. Karen Reed, his girlfriend, along with Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts, discovered his body. Karen Reed was visibly distressed, reportedly repeating, "I hit him," according to EMT Katie McLaughlin's testimony. Dashcam video from first responders captured the chaotic scene, showing Reed's emotional state as emergency personnel arrived. Prosecutors allege that Karen Reed, after a night of drinking, struck John with her SUV.
Yeah. Here's your boy.
Stay tuned for the 2 o'clock news. Everyone else, I'll probably do an update later on. Thank you for tuning in on this Friday.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Trooper! We're coming back. That's why. Like, I can hear chatter. Charupa! Ding dong. Dude, I would love to take a nap. I'm not going to, though. I gotta go to the gym after this. And then Monday, I begin a strict regimen.
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity. Obviously, you read them. So now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account is somehow, I don't even know if that is synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them now.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude, stop it.
What's the term?
He's asking you a simple question.
He was unsure what she wanted.
Did those texts indicate to you that he was interested in her?
He did, yes.
Called her witty?
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time
From
with
the
her.
rip, yes.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested
Agreed,
in going over to her
RTD
house.
too.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
as a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
Okay. He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you interpret
Ask it differently, Mr.
any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I
know I
believe
read
the
the
word
text messages by
ghost to
reading them out
mean
loud to
Levin.
a room full of people. I might not have
Hansanatic.
remember how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once.
Dude, stop your
that the term
bullshit.
ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at all?
No.
You're lying, dude. You're just lying.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
What's up, Pearl?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but
what about telling the truth? Is that
you stopped responding
after
to
your
my text
time?
messages?
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now,
Why can't you give a straight answer?
if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with "talking?" Question mark, "No," period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question that I'm asking. Based on the text that in front of you, Sergeant Bukkake, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Bukkake, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Miss Reed when he sent his text, correct?
He's making himself look like
yes,
as much of a misogynistic douchebag as Proctor.
Interesting.
He's trying to defend Higgins.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
This is a big deal for the jury to hear. So Higgins texted John O'Keefe, "You coming here?" after Karen ghosted him. That's why he just took that big old drink of water, because he's going to have to answer as to why he didn't find that to be suspicious and why he didn't investigate into this more.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
I can't believe this shit.
Kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone.
10 minutes before he allegedly died.
Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following.
What was the time?
I'm good.
12:20
a.m.
10 minutes before he allegedly died, right? But that's not suspicious. You didn't investigate this at all.
Court's permission.
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
Go eat your food.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later,
Text John.
directly, you coming here? With 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is
10
an
minutes
accurate
later,
timeline
John
of the
allegedly
events
ends up dead.
that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah, dude. Like, already the jury is like, what the fuck, man? What's going on here? This is a pivotal week for Karen Reed and her defense team. Okay? Because what's going to happen here is in a little more than an hour and a half, this jury is going to get up and go home and marinate for the remainder of this weekend until Monday that this investigation, there's something seriously wrong with it. At the very least, that's what they're going to go home thinking. Something is seriously wrong with the investigation, and I can't wait till Monday to find out where the defense is going with this, because they have my attention. That is what each and every juror who's paying attention to this trial is going to go home and think over the weekend and marinate on. And that's the best. That's the best thing that the defense could ask for. Oh man, I'm gonna die. That is exactly the best thing that the defense could ask for. Arms up. Yeah, garlic butter coughs. That's exactly what that is. The more the choke, better the smoke. Don't you know nothing? Dude, this is going to take forever. Yeah, I have those too. My gummies. These are really good. These are green apple. And they're only 5 calories a piece. Yeah, but no alcohol for me for just a minute. Cuz like mostly it has to do with just physical stuff. Like I want to try out a new workout regimen and diet and see what that where that takes me. Did they bang? Question mark. Question mark. He was smoking cheese. Well, there is such a thing as smoked cheese. Toad. So excited. Yeah, and I don't start it till Monday, so I'm eating like garbage until Monday. It's gonna be great. But I'm not drinking though. I don't want to drink. Yeah, smoked cheese is good, bro. I'm a big fan of that shit. I love me some Gouda. Amy and McCabe, thank you so much. Happy Friday to you too. For real.
Sure.
It's delicious. See this guy sitting over here? One of the nicest, smartest guys I've ever met. Really, really cool guy. His name's Evan. Really cool guy.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place.
Do you have any prior knowledge of it,
You've
though?
never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Lies. You're a fucking liar. These came out in the last trial. You're going to tell me you didn't follow the last trial? You testified at the last
You
trial.
indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
Like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Man, oh man. See, this is very slick because what Jackson's doing is he's basically using Bukkake as just a prop to inform the jury as to why Brian Higgins is extremely suspicious. So since the prosecution's not going to call Brian Higgins up and they're not going to get to cross-examine Brian Higgins, now they might call Brian Higgins up. The defense might call Brian Higgins up, but I have the feeling that since Brian Higgins lawyered up the last trial, yeah, not only would he lawyer up this trial, but we'd also get a nice dose of
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
I don't think Higgins has any intention whatsoever in testifying at this trial. So this is Karen Reed's defense's way of making sure that the jury knows why Brian Higgins is suspicious. And if they have to use Yuri Bukkake on the stand to do it, then that's what they're going to do. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Oh, you didn't know? And again, two birds, one stone. Informing the jury why Brian Higgins is suspicious and he's a third-party culprit, while also pointing out why didn't they investigate him? Why didn't they? Because he's a federal agent, because he's buddies with the Alberts. I mean, all of these things are being pointed out. Right now, the veil is being pulled off of the jury's eyes. This Hank Brennan's case is falling apart. And it has been falling apart all day. The entire day, what we have been watching is Hank Brennan's case falling completely apart. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Good boy, buddy. Speaking of which, I'm going to go grab my food. Just a second.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that.
Yeah, you knew he was in the house.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if you
and Karen's.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please,
you're
make sure
lying.
that you understand the magnitude of this situation.
You're
We're investigating a
lying.
homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message.
I agree. It did speak for itself.
20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
Before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big A just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not
Wait,
above his eye.
What?
And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics.
What?
They saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently.
And Gary
Did you speak
Roberts.
to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be
No.
described
Did they
as
tell
an egg
you?
above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration?
A little one. Yeah, a little one.
Nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't
ask
review
doctor
the
at time you
autopsy?
visited him and saw him in the hospital, whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant,
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was
Great point, Andy.
a snowblower.
Great point.
Sorry, a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talk to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
This guy's busting
Does
out
that
a good
refresh your
bottle
recollection
tonight.
that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also
Top-notch
aware that
police
Brian
work there,
Albert
buddy.
was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety
There we
of
go.
the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped.
I
Wait, here it is. Here it is.
at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot let it start my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that.
Now, this is the first time this footage was ever shown in court. If
Can
this
we
is the
pause
footage I think it
briefly,
is.
Mr. Wolk?
No, this isn't what I think it is.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly.
Higgins is right here. This is
maybe
Brian
if
Albert.
you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in.
This is Brian
I could
Albert.
possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Now here comes the grab assin. There's Higgins. There's Brian Albert.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other.
Playing grab ass.
Possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
That's exactly what Jackson wanted to hear right there. Well said, sir.
Ha! Gay! Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
You just said.
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. Right. Just a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Asked and answered, Mr. Jackson.
I don't want to be on the bottom. You be on the bottom. No, you be on the bottom. No. Well, come here. Let's find out who's going to be on the bottom. I want to be on top. But I was on Boston Finest. Yeah, but I'm a Fed.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
So how did you like
I'm
that?
sorry, I want to ride that horse again sometime.
That's fair.
Ooh, yeah.
That's an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left. Top right corner of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
All I can think of is microdots.
Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm
Bro.
talking about Brian
Oh,
Albert,
man.
Brian Higgins, Jim
Your
McCabe, Matt
bullshit.
McCabe,
Knock
John
it
O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Grab assing.
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up.
Yes, yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and
You had to
current
think about
law
that?
enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Well,
Are you
then.
aware that Brian Albert
Thank you.
is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Come here, you. I told you I wanted to be on top. I told you I wanted to be on top. Come here. Yeah, hold on. Slower. Get it in slow. Oh, there we go. Oh, I feel it now. Wait. You're going too fast.
If you can pause it.
You're going too
Can you describe
fast.
for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
Fucking shoot. Shoot. Fucking shoot.
Thank you. If we can take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the
Big
clips that
thousand
you
shows.
just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime one more.
Here we go.
Clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
Here comes the smoking gun. Here comes the smoking gun, folks.
Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals?
This was not played at the last trial.
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Yeah. That's exactly what we want to see. A little bit more to the left. There we go.
Center that just a little bit to the
center it. Yep, center it.
Other way?
No, the other way. There you go.
go.
There you go.
If we can go ahead and play that.
Because we want to see.
To about 1957.
We want to see Higgy. Oh, is that Mr. Chris Albert holding Higgy back?
Three people center screen now.
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming, or guessing.
Yeah.
I can't make it out to identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
That's Higgy. That's Chris Albert.
It looks
That's
like
Brian
a
Albert.
hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
Chris Albert. Right here.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive.
Go ahead and play it. Stop.
Look at his attention.
Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here.
Yeah, that is aggressive. Hey, calm down. And that's right before he sends a text saying, "You coming here?" Yeah, Higgy wants some. Higgy's looking for a fight.
Pause it. Could you see
Yeah,
what was
I'm so glad you're
happening
here,
with Brian
Microdots, for this.
He was gesturing to someone.
You know-
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to
Some of us have
focus
been
on,
waiting
please, so I'm not
a
looking for
long
the wrong
time
person?
for this.
Sure.
This is the first time this footage has ever
Pause
been
it.
shown in court.
Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe was right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
on the other TV?
right there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
There he is right there. John O'Keefe is right there. There's Karen. JFK, turbulence in the chat. I love it. I got both JFK and Microdots in here for this.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it.
Yeah, see,
And what about now?
John knows what's up.
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Yeah. Oh, look, John just went, "You come over here." Saw that?
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, Just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. Okay. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of
This
the
is beautiful.
video.
This is the prosecution's case falling apart in one day.
Pause it.
1 day of
Let's go ahead and
cross-examination.
zoom in on the upper
And
left-hand
Carrie
corner.
Reed's defense just destroyed the prosecution's case.
Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
Bro, you saw this the last trial. Stop it. I was there. I was sitting there and I watched you react to it. Stop it. To this very footage. Boom. I watched the jury react to it.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of
You saw it in the last trial?
Right. Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse?
All
Did you
right,
believe it
good for
struck
you.
the Chevy Traverse?
Congratulations.
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question. Sergeant, my question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? That was your assessment in the course of your investigation.
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
How do you sound right now, dude?
Ask it differently. Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake. Could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Yes or no, bro?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They have to collide, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
They rehomed it. AJ, they rehomed it. Dude. I wish the Massachusetts State Police would rehome this guy. Oh my God. Rehome. Oh man. Woo. That is too much. Dude. Ridiculous. I can't even fucking believe that this is even happening. Dude. Alan Jackson is just with this guy on the stand, it just destroyed the prosecution's entire case. There's no way that you're ever going to get all of those jurors to convict Karen Reed, to unanimously. That'll never happen. Never going to happen. The only chance they have is a mistrial. They got rid of their dog. Yeah, man, they got rid of the fucking dog. Mr. Jackson, watch the language. Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not here to defend themselves and correct you and say rehome instead of got rid of. So I'm not going to allow that. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Check something here. Boy, so funny. Ew. There you go. Look at that, folks. Bukkake. Bukkake. What is the Dave's hoe? He's got a bar stool tattooed on his bicep. Oh my god, dude. Fun shit, man. Fun stuff. John DePietro. There's no way I'm never gonna like not find that guy funny. Like I'm always gonna find that guy funny. So Nan Laferio, only Nan, she donated $3,500 to Karen Reed's defense fund that says to help Brian Higgins buy some better flirting skills. Keep showing up, Karen. Wow. Well, I don't want to switch. They're just doing a sidebar right now, so I don't want to take this off the screen. I'm just kind of going through Twitter right now, seeing if there's anything that's worth like really talking about. So Bullhorn Betty's claiming that all her charges have been dropped on her. Okay. The weed whacker. Dude, y'all just come up with the funniest shit you put on here, dude. All of these different text messages, man. Like I'm not even on Twitter, I'm not even gonna touch that shit. Like I cringe so bad when I think about those text messages, dude. It's tough to listen to, man. It really is. Because it's just like, man, dude. Like you have a dick, right? You can use it, you know? Like it's okay to listen to it. Just don't fucking let it control you, bro. You know? But it's okay to listen to your dick from time to time, bro. Just listen to it and then negotiate with it. Like, what are you doing? I should teach man school. I don't know about all that. Yeah, man. Come to man school where I'll teach you how to fucking act like a 10-year-old on a fucking YouTube channel. For a living. Come to Glarish Man School.
Dude, we're wasting valuable time, bro. Like, this is going to go into Monday. I think Aiden was right. I think Turtle Boy was right, man, that this is going to go into Monday. I'm actually surprised we got into the waterfall video today, considering how this dude was being so elusive with all the questions. Like, yes or no questions, dude. Yes or no questions, bro. Like, it's like you're sitting here talking about how you investigate the facts. You're so fact driven. Like, just answer the questions. Just answer yes or no questions with yes or no. It's not that hard. It's hard when you're trying to avoid the answers. You know what I mean? Here we go.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yeah. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
Thanks, Jen.
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Rehomed. Say rehomed.
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give
No
it up for
shit.
adoption?
I'm sorry?
I'm
What if they
shocked.
didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Oh, you dirty motherfucker.
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right?
I fucking knew it, you dirty
Right?
fuck.
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that
Nobody
they no
says
longer own
rehomed.
Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Bro, look at this guy.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I
Jackson.
traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'll stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they ended?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog
Get
from
the fuck out of here, dude.
Brian Nicole Albert. did they?
Stop it.
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Who did they get the
Person
dog
named
from?
Riley?
What?
That's her last name, yes.
Okay. What?
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
Yeah, that dog's not going to answer to a new name.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Dude, Chloe's dead. Stop it. Chloe's fucking dead. Chloe is in the same place where the original flooring of 34 Fairview's basement is. That's where Chloe is. Stop it. Wherever John's socks are is where Chloe is. Dude.
Today, Junior?
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, AJ, get it together, homie.
Did this reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got,
wow.
There are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents.
FBI, open up!
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Bro, if that shit has like a history going back like 5 years of a different of a dog named differently than Chloe, I'm gonna trip out.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Interesting. Take your time, bro. Take your time. Thanks, Diane G.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
Gee, shocker.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree.
When was the last
shifting
vet
gears for a
visit?
second, that
When was the last vet
report
visit?
writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation. Correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information
That
on an official report.
is
The information's
bullshit.
there. It's gathered. It's
bullshit.
maintained by the investigator. It's shared.
No.
It's acted on at times.
No.
But the official reports might take
No.
some time to write.
So
No.
obviously, if you're,
Reports
like you said,
exist
things
in
are
order to
fast-moving
memorialize
in an
evidence
investigation. It might
so
be
that
you
when you're in
interview
a
witness
trial,
on
like you
Tuesday,
are right
you're
now,
super busy on Tuesday,
you
Wednesday,
can
Thursday.
reference
It might
back
be Friday before you can
the
sit
steps
down
of your
and
investigation.
draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Yeah, it sucks. Thank you.
Are
Not
you
Gage,
aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11
Thank you,
reports
Felicia.
that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
How are you not aware of this?
I am not aware, no.
Wow.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
Bro,
I am not aware of that, no.
that's almost like 2 years, bro.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
Right.
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses. You'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed Karen Reed's SUV, when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, they pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway.
So they
as
were
Karen Reed
behind her.
proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct?
Right.
Correct?
Yes, yes.
Means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you
That's what he just said.
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like they were, yeah, he yielded to her at that intersection.
To the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
Dude, this guy dodging Proctor so much is wild, bro.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. One me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
One me.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Are you listening?
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that, anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually...
How about for the sole reason that their memory would be fresh?
And, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach that?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
Wow.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be
in an ideal world.
I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your
In an
memory
ideal
was
world,
that,
I'd have fucked a Lexus
the
Texas.
Cars arrived
But,
simultaneously.
you know.
That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Can I see that? Can I see that, please? Bro, they're going to call it a day in a second. Yeah, man. He was right. He's wearing a suit. Paul's wearing a suit today. Dude, I mean, this is going to take forever, dude. Like, but it is what it is. I mean, the way I'm looking at it as a layman, I'm not an attorney, but if I'm guessing, well, no Higgins, no Albert, none of that shit. So let's just fucking drill the fuck out of this guy and just barbecue his ass on the stand, and we'll take the better of a week to do it. I mean, fuck it, right? We'll just go over everything. Make this guy answer for it. He investigated the shit, right? No Proctor testimony. Okay. Well, we'll just make this asshole answer for everything then. He's accountable. Hell, he's Proctor's superior, dude. Proctor answered to him, even though Proctor was the lead investigator on the case. Proctor answered to Bukkake. Proctor was Bukkake's subordinate. So he's accountable for how the investigation was conducted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
I mean, that's possible, Scott, but I don't think so. I think they got rid of the dog just to be able to not be able to identify the DNA, to eliminate the whole idea that a dog attack even happened. I think that's all. I think it just boils down to that simplicity. But no, I don't think that. Yeah. I think that because the dog got involved, they just thought, okay, well, we're just going to separate ourselves from this dog. Nice. Always love microdots as shit, dude. Nice. I'm not going to lie, man. I'm over today. Like, this didn't even have to take as long as it did. Bukkake just had to just keep dancing around all these fucking yes or no answers, yes or no questions. Just answer yes or no, bro. Like, what's the worst that can happen? An innocent woman goes free? Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah, I think I think this is going to probably be the end of it. Yeah, it's fun. Funny how
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll move every day next week, we'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions.
All right,
Please
so
do
10
not
a.m.
discuss
Monday
this
morning.
case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll have a see you Monday at 10. So I will leave that.
Goodbye.
All right. I think that's it, man. But he's not even done with this questioning of Bukkake. We're gonna get round 3 Monday morning at 10 a.m. People, I am exhausted. I am very tired. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I had an excellent time. I love hanging out with you guys. Thank you guys. If you're new subscribers, I hope you're enjoying the channel, and thank you for subscribing. Make sure that if you are subscribed, double check that you're subscribed. Make sure to hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live. Make sure to hit the like on your way out, please. That would be really, really helpful. And of course,
oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
agreed. R2D2 agreed. Even if I was on the fence after watching this barbecue, there's enough reasonable doubt for not guilty. Clearly enough reasonable doubt. Absolutely. Heather M, thank you so much. I think John is beginning to realize things. I think John is beginning to realize things now. He's in the back and can't focus on shit talking to Karen. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about DePietro, or maybe talking about Paul, and you meant to say Paul. I don't know. But thank you. I appreciate it, Heather M. Yes. And what good timing. That brings me to thanking you guys for all of your support. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. It means the world to me. And don't forget, guys, soon, me and Annie are going to Boston, and we are bringing hell with us. We are going to rock Boston. Guys, I'm really excited about that. I can't wait to hang out with Annie. I'm really, really stoked, and hang out with you guys with Annie. That's going to be so much fun. And got other stuff cooking with Annie in the meantime too. Meant Paul, typing too fast. Right on. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I thought you meant Paul. Right on. And a big thank you to JFK and Microdots for being in the chat for that very, very historic moment that we were all three of us, because that's awesome, because like that footage, like I think the three of us were the ones, especially JFK, were the ones that were really pushing that Higgins has the most motive, man. They're not looking at Higgins enough. And so there's no two other people that I would have rather shared that moment with, where they finally showed that footage in court for the first time, and that jury saw that. That's a game changer, folks. And of course, big thank you to Aiden, Turtle Boy, for jumping on the stream with me and hanging out. I always have a blast with him, and it's always a pleasure to have him on. He's always welcome here. He knows that, and it's always a privilege to have him on. So guys, I'm sure he'll be probably going live later on tonight.
But anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a late night live tonight, like a late night, or maybe I'll do a late night live tomorrow night. Who knows? I have no idea. Or maybe I'll do a daytime one. Who knows? Who knows? I do what I want. And I was gonna when it was fucking always forgetting what I want to say. It's a different fucking shoe. Don't forget. Anyways, guys, I love you guys very much. You guys are absolutely fantastic. There's no place that I would have rather spent my day and nobody that I would have rather spent it hanging out with. Guys, you are amazing. I'm really, really grateful to all of you. Make sure to stay free, guys. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.